Did I turn off my microphone? Did I turn off? Fantastic. Alright, let's continue, shall we? What is this? Iridite core fragments. How did they end up here? Oh well. I did a few things off stream, basically just kind of maintaining your Factorio Zen garden kind of things. Cleaning up some bottlenecks, deconstructing this old block. Added some more cargo landing pads for when we need them. That kind of thing. I also brought electromagnetic field data and force field data down to Nauvis, and we've made a whopping 4 energy shield Mark IIs by now. I kind of expected that number to be either higher or 0, but I guess we ran out of iridium plate. Never seems to be enough of that, or beryl these days, ever since I started trying to run low-density structures off of beryl. I actually did cave in and reactivate the LDS production from the other resources. I've also added some... Seems like we haven't had a delivery here yet. I've added a cargo rocket silo for... what are they called again? Scaffolding? Aeroframe scaffold. And we have another... oops, this is not right. We have another... cargo landing pad block up here. I was a little disappointed to find I can't actually rearrange the Spidertron remotes with the filtered slots. They're just going to be in an arbitrary order. That's pretty disappointing. I was hoping I could have, like, a certain row for a certain planet, that sort of thing. But this'll just have to do. So let's see, we've set this one up as Nauvis Orbit Aeroframe Scaffold. I think there is... yeah, here it is. Our first block in space that requires those is negative pressure data, I think. There also might be something that we've queued up. Gamma ray telescopes. And possibly radio telescopes as well. We need the aeroframe scaffolds for those. Hey, I am Sark. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, so at this rate, I was hoping we could save a lot, and I do mean a lot, of iron and copper by using aeroframe scaffolding in our LDS. But at the throughput we've got for now, it seems like we should probably just not use it for that at all. Unfortunately. We've only got the one planet giving us beryl. And for the moment, it is... oh. Okay, I was gonna say it's bottlenecked on liquid rocket fuel, but... I added some... I added another crude oil pickup because I think this one was running dry, getting a bit slow. We also upgraded the beacons and massively upgraded our rocket fuel production area over here to the point where this is actually completely full. Wow. I don't suppose this actually stopped because there was a lack of cargo rocket sections or something? It doesn't look like it. Yeah, like a little bit more than half. 20 of these, actually, should be enough to launch one of these rockets. So it doesn't look like we've had any issue with those. It may be the case that we're finally catching up with Beryl, but I suspect we're going to need another planet offering Beryl core fragments to really satisfy that need. There's a very small one with hardly any biters. It's even further away than Morpheus. But we could actually colonize it pretty easily. Does it have water? Yep. What else we got? Ixion, way too many biters, great size. It does have water. It says puddles. I don't know if that means we're going to find any islands we can hold out on. And the other one was... it's actually just an asteroid belt. Not going to help that much, I don't think. I mean, the Delta V to here is probably not as much, though. Delta V... how do I check? Delta V from Nauvis? 4,000. That's pretty cheap. I do abhor having to set up temporary mine, like going to a place like that just to set up temporary mines, though. Nope, I am not here. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. That's the wrong... where is it? We've actually seen the beryllium ingot smelters going full time, at least for a while. On one occasion I saw the barrel fail to run out here before it was dropped off again. It'd be kind of nice if we were bottlenecking on this block at the moment, though I doubt it. But yeah, we do actually have airframe scaffolding flowing now. Very nice. And we had a block we were going to build in space, I recall. That's right, we were going to do multispectral mirrors. And also, we're going to need gamma ray detectors pretty soon. We also need Cryonite Slush for that. How do we make... I mean, I know how we make Cryonite Slush, but how expensive is it is also what I was thinking of. Cryonite Slush. 1 cryonite rod, 1 sulfuric acid makes 10. We can get productivity bonuses if we do it on the ground. Are we still struggling with rocket fuel? Quite possibly. Maybe not as badly as before. We have made a lot of rocket fuel from vulcanite blocks now. Although, I've actually noticed vulcanite blocks are not lasting in our smelting facilities. So I'm really not sure about using vulcanite to make rocket fuel for now. I think I'll set this as a -1 priority. So it's just a little bit lower than normal. That's for the drop-off. Should we barrel Cryonite Slush? I mean, if we do, be getting 24% more stuff from it. But on the other hand, we'll have to pay the rocket fuel and the cargo rocket sections. Not so many cargo rocket sections. We get a lot out of recycling them. That's a little bit expensive. Even so, maybe not the worst idea. There was also a planet I meant to go back to. Via Terra, I believe? Via Terra... Yeah, I don't think I actually went to check out... Where is it? I don't think I checked out the alien structure on Via Terra. I'll get some fancy energy shields first. Actually, I've already got some. 250 shield hit points, 112 hit points a second regeneration rate, and it's barely less energy efficient than adaptive armor. Shield hit points 200. So it's a little bit more hit points. Way faster. More than double. No, sorry, more than 10 times the hit point regeneration speed. 20 kilojoules per hit point versus 26.6. So way more effective. I think I was keeping this loaded for a reason. I wanted to take it to... Oh, did we finish... We got Palto set up, didn't we? Yeah, there's some more biters over there, though. Let's get them. We are shelling it with pile drivers, but the sooner we clear out the biters, the less it's going to cost. All up. They're mostly around the outskirts. Hopefully we can even clear what's left of them in one more lap. Are there any more over here? I don't see them. Luckily all of the bases are small enough to just walk directly into if we have rockets. Yeah, I think they've been expanding. That's not good. Need to be a bit more diligent clearing them out. Okay. And are we getting a decent throughput of weapon delivery cannon capsule? This one seems to be missing... Oh, no, it's got them. It's just... It's not picking it up because we don't have accumulator charge at the moment. So it almost looks like we're bottlenecking on power, but realistically it's heavy girders. You missed one? Or to the east? Let's see. Way back here? Oh, I see some. Is this it? Yeah, there's actually quite a few of them at this point. Okay, back to base after that. Further down. Further down. think that's just vulcanite. Near some cliffs. Sneaky biters. Oh, there they are. I hope that's them. Oh, there's another one. It's all red on red. On dark red. Okay. I don't think we're going to find them all in one... just by panning over this anyway. The idea is to kill enough of them so that the pile drivers can finish them off. That was them. Fantastic. Okay. I guess it is going to be a bit of a nuisance to go get... Well, okay, it's not just... It's not just that we're not getting a whole lot of beryl out of this place, but we also have to pay the fuel. But we'll be paying more or less the same amount of fuel for some more beryl. That one's way too far away. Maybe we should just go for spaceships, then we can stop paying rocket fuel. How far off Tier 3? Oh, that's right, we need radio telescopes and gamma ray, which means we need the... which means we need these scaffolds. Oh, that's a good start. I think I might... How much is this? 8k, that's just one train load. I think we need 3 and a bit to fill up a rocket. I might just drop the priority on this one a little bit. Or, no, I'll bump up this priority. I want to leave that one neutral. So, this station right here, priority, just 1, as long as it's higher than the other one. So first place all of our aeroframe scaffolding is going is to space. I will launch this now because I want to get going with building our Astro 3. Let's add a icon over here. Rocket should be arriving in just a moment. Any second now. Novus Orbit Aeroframe Scaffold. Novus Orbit Aeroframe Scaffold. Didn't miss, did it? Oh, here it is. Fantastic. They're really hard to see on the belt, but they are there. And everything else gets taken out and brought back to the mall. Nice. We probably... Where did I put it? Over here? So this will be neutral priority. I just want to double check that we've got a higher priority set for... Oh, we haven't requested it yet. Let's hurry up. Scaffolding... 8,000. And priority needs to be greater than 0. What's our train limit here? 3. That should be fine. So I'm just trying to make sure the first of the aeroframe scaffolding goes back to the mall. Actually, if I want to be really sure of it, I could just turn these off for now. Since I'm pretty sure that's the only other block requesting airframe scaffold. So these two blocks are going to be giving us, what was it? Radio wave observation data? No, it's just the observation frames. Radio wave observation frame comes from a radio telescope, and it's just one solid in, one fluid in, and one of each out. Very straightforward. I think we did the exact same thing over here. So it was literally just a copy-paste job. Swapping out the recipes and items and stuff. Okay, so that's going to be radio observation frame. Put that right in the middle. And this one is, I'm pretty sure, gamma ray observation frame. Should have marked that earlier. Alright, so I guess it's not that urgent that we actually build these. We can all but assume those are built already. Actually, no, I need to check the ratios. Make sure we're not asking too much of the belts or something like that. Is this life support? Life support canister decontamination. We can use cosmic water instead of water. Wait, what? Hold on. If you use cosmic water, it turns back into contaminated cosmic water, and you get a little bit of biosludge. Amazing. The player is a biosludge factory. So that's going to be the frames. The data cards, I think, are going to be, if I recall correctly, are going to be a very, very familiar recipe. All of the cards that look like this just go into astrometric facilities. They all spit out junk data cards and scrap. They just have varying speeds and degrees of success. So I think we'll just copy-paste one of these. Let's get our scaffolding spiders. Which one's the leader? This one's a little bit darker. There we go. Let's head over here to make some... I'll put it up here, next to the frames, actually. This is where we're going to turn the frames into data cards. Nice. Did we get... We did get scaffolding. There's not enough for a long train at the moment. Did we get the scaffolding back here? No. Where did it go? Oh, I think I've just realized what happened. This is actually 8,000 scaffolding, which, with the way I set this up, wasn't quite enough to trigger a train delivery. We want to make sure there's a little bit extra. Normally. What's this, though? You're looking for 308 efficiency modules? Output signal 308. Shouldn't this be greater than 0? but I think this has worked before. If we had a train pick these up earlier, I don't know how that happened. We really don't need that wire connection, except for this one that's sharing a function. But I just wanted to double check that. Okay. We've got our scaffolding spiders in place. Fantastic. The blue color on this makes it a lot easier to see where we've got space platform scaffold that hasn't... that's just a ghost, actually. I would definitely call it an improvement in that context. Have we made any gamma or radio? Is this it? Nope. At this rate, I might just have the spiders intervene manually to get this airframe scaffolding picked up. Is there a wire connection? Yes. Why are you not filling this out? I know you've got enough for 2 blocks at least. Maybe I should give the scaffolding spiders... No, it's fine. I was going to say some rail and stuff, but I would rather they just carry as much scrap as possible. Scaffolding, that is. Okay. Construction spiders, over here, please. Actually, I could do this remotely. Just tell the bots to deconstruct this, and it'll all go back to this storage chest over here. Except then they won't replace the steel chests, actually. So let's get our spiders. How many tier 6 modules have we made? 569 efficiencies, 259 productivities, and 677 tier 6 speed modules. It's a start. Alright, let's continue building out some blocks. I'm sure they'll run out of scaffolding before they reach this spot. And now that our spiders are in place, I can pick that all up in one go. Bring it back to the mall. And then after a few minutes we should have our radio telescopes and... oh, that's a microwave telescope. Radio telescope is currently out of the picture, actually. But also, we do need to get a build to make more multispectral mirrors. How is our iridite plate? Very bad. Maybe I should prioritize iridium plate over girders. Okay, that's not looking so bad. Wait, how much is this? 25k. Stack size of 40. That is more than 3 train loads. Why hasn't it been picked up? I would expect that to disappear pretty quickly. Iridium plate. This thing is full. Launch on cargo full. Novice orbit iridium plate. There's 2 destinations. Rocket is full. Novice orbit iridium plate. The space capsule is stuck in there and nothing else. Wait, no, it's also some cargo rocket sections. Apparently we've only got 6 logistic bots in this block. I don't know how that would have happened. But they can't keep up with the cargo rocket sections anymore. That's a problem. I think the other iridium plate one is... I was gonna say over here, but that's actually girders. Do we have an iridium plate? No, we don't. Okay, short-term fix, and I kind of want it not to be reliant on the main bus anyway. We'll make this Novice Orbit iridium plate. And maybe I could have positioned that better, like brought it over here. Closer to all of the material signs. But what's done is done. It's not that difficult to move, especially if you have a high throughput item like this. All I need to do is change the name back to some default that doesn't get used. Let it rain, and then replace this with something else. We don't want to do blacklist fish here, actually. Luckily it was starting with the cargo rocket sections, so we didn't actually put any iridium plate in the wrong place. Iridium plate. Okay, that should help. Let's add a icon over here. And I need to get some logistic bots up this way, but I'm not sure how to go about it. Maybe I should go there myself. Feels like a waste just to do that. What if we joined these logistic networks and then severed them? Once there's enough logistic bots up there. That might actually work. Where am I gonna connect this? Okay, so the idea is once the bots feel like placing those robobots, we're gonna merge these 2 robot networks. We've got 1600 logistic bots here. A bunch of them are gonna head over towards this block. And once they've crossed a certain threshold, we're going to shut the gate. Because I don't think we need more than, like, the bot attrition minimum to keep this stuff going. Also, another problem might be... Where's the iridium plate again? Yeah. It's not just slow. I don't think they're going anywhere. They might have run out of storage space. Yeah, they might actually have run out of storage space. Let's try this and see what happens if we've got any storage here. Do we have any storage chests? We do. Okay, there go our bots. There go our storage chests. And there go our logistic bots. Oh, and there are 50 of them, apparently. I think I was reading it wrong earlier. So we don't actually need to do this. I need to set up... I need to arrange something a bit more permanent. Get rid of the old base, though. Okay. So we've got our iridium plate. We should have some gamma ray telescopes and or radio telescopes by now. We're really, really starving for iridium plate, actually. This is probably a big part of why we've run out of multispectral mirrors. Cool. I kind of want to... This doesn't reach across, does it? I could hop off this constant combinator. It's a little bit cheeky. If I used different wires... I want to compare the amount of steel chest... sorry. Flat solar panel to multispectral mirrors. We could maybe... Okay, I have an idea. We're okay on flat solar panels for the moment. So we're going to... How many is this? Multispectral mirror greater than 2. Okay, so greater than 2 is the maximum here. We're going to do the same thing on the other side. And over here... So we're going to hard prioritize multispectral mirrors for now. Until we get a proper build going. Right then. Hey, Overclock. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. What's this train doing? What? Why? How? Why are you trying to deliver cargo rocket sections to this station? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And this one's trying to do the same thing. Oh, I think I know what this is. I think the roboport reporting logistic network contents spat out a negative number when the bots were all picking up cargo rocket sections. Probably when we had a crash here. Or, no, it'd be... Yeah, it has to be a negative number. I could say request threshold 50. That might not always cut it. I don't want to have to add a combinator for this, but I think I think we're going to have to face facts. Let's get our spiders to place those. And we're just gonna put this in the way of this wire and say each greater than 0 output each input count. That's just gonna get rid of any negative values passed on from the logistic from the roboport. Okay. So we should be getting a tolerable flow of multispectral mirrors now. It's not the worst compared to how much we actually need. Should be triggering a delivery train quite soon, actually. Alright, so that should be our combinators. Each greater than 0, output each input count. And that's going over here as well. Yeah, the fact that it was delivering a space capsule, that tells me the roboport was sending that -1 signal when a bot was picking it up. If I can, so it's a little bit... It's slightly frustrating having to do this all the time with the roboports, but what are you going to do? We're going to need another one like that over here, actually. Should have sent the spiders over this way. Let's get... Oh, the scaffolding spiders actually finished all of that? How much scaffolding do they carry? Let's see. Should be here somewhere. Nope. Scaffolding. Scaffolding. 6,000. And this block requires 12k, so 2 of those spiders can make 1 block, and we've got 7 of them. So they can actually fit, they can actually do 3 blocks in one go very easily. Okay. Send them back to the mall after they pick up their bots. And don't forget to fix this thing. Now I can't see. Spiders, back you go. There's probably another train coming to bring a cargo rocket section or something. Nope, this one's actually normal. Okay, cool. Okay, so I think I will head up into orbit, actually. Just makes things, certain things, a little bit easier. Not that there's anything I can't actually do via the navigation satellite. Am I going down this way? And we'll hitch a ride on our scaffolding, etc. rocket. It's actually fairly full, so this isn't as much of a waste as it normally would be. I may have forgotten to check if there's room. There's definitely room. This is always empty. Okay. What's this? Media destroyed. Cool. To avoid suffocation, please consider putting on your thruster suit. I will consider it. Should put this over here. Thruster suit Mark II goes here. I may not have packed life support though. The thruster suit has some built in, but we're going to chew through our life support from our inventory in only 83 minutes or so. Then again, we do have it produced here. We need some coal. I should probably go to the trouble of making Mark II life support. Plus 200, it's twice as good. A Myclet. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. On the other hand, whenever I stay in my spider, we're not using any life support. So there's that. Okay. I want to have a closer look at our multispectral mirror build we're going to do. And we're also going to be making gamma ray detectors in this block. I forgot to do the Cryonite Slush. I'm actually still torn on considering the rocket fuel issue that we're actually having now. It might make more sense to make Cryonite Slush in space, just so we're not having one more rocket sending up barrels. So how do we even make Cryonite Slush? I don't think I have a facility with me right now. Let's swap these out for the spiders on the same surface. Which one's the leader? This one? Yep. And So what we're going to do is direct insert into the train because this thing makes so much scrap. We've got 2 fluids in, 3 physical. We've got that set up already. We also need yet another fluid. And beryllium plate, I think we can do just like this. Looks like we already set that one up. We could even double it just to be safe. Something like this. Except... hold on, I need to check which side the inserters are going to put things here. That side's good. And is this side rather going to be a problem? Yes, it is. Okay. So we actually need to use a splitter to merge these. Although the rate of throughput is probably going to be so low that the bottleneck wouldn't matter. Nonetheless, I want these to be emptied at pretty much equal rates. And over here, just going to do it like this. Okay. Our rate of these 2 resources is 51.2 each per second. That's not that much. Well, it is 102. So it's more than 2 belts. Hence we have the 4 belts here. I think I said this last stream, but it is probably, especially with all of the extra space we've got here, it's probably wise to merge and split this stuff. Don't know how we're going to bring our LDS together, but we'll see. And then grab a corner, 4 to 4. Individually, these machines need... I'm going to call that 2 stack inserters per resource. Because rate calculator assumes we're doing direct insertion. So it's going to be... They're sharing a belt, so we can just do the 4 inserters together like this. Maybe this is a job for our 180-degree... Did I not blueprint it? Oh, I have it in blue belts. Okay. Let's see if we can replicate this. So first of all, we have 2 and 2 and 1 and 1. We want to go 1, 2, 3. Like that, I think. There's not any long undergrounds here, right? No, we're fine. What's the biggest UPS killer right now, do you think? I don't know. It appears to be Game update, entity update. Is that biters, among other things? Trains is only 1.3, 1.7, 2.3. Okay, trains fluctuates a bit. But it's relatively small. Script update. Script update appears to be mostly crafting combinator. That's not too surprising, I don't think. Electric network is 5. Ouch. How do you even keep electric network down? Does using fewer power poles help anything? I think that was skipping 3 tiles. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So we're gonna have this one. I think this is probably gonna be an underground. Number of poles doesn't matter. No poles count as one long as they're connected. Number of electric networks does. That's surprising. I guess it's not that surprising. Yeah, I was right about this. Okay, so this one is going to go straight to here. And this one is going to go here. I guess this probably goes here. Which I think just leaves this one. Let's see how close we were. I think that's right. Cool. Let's save the space version. 4 to 4, 180 space. And put it down. I called it a boomerang. Sure. Okay. So that's gonna go here. What's your main source of power generation if it isn't solar? On Nauvis we've got... it actually is solar. Or, okay, during the day it's solar because... obviously. Over the last, let's say, hour, nuclear power has done 3.2 gigawatts compared to 7.9 solar. Althor Aries, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, that would do it. That would do it. What, just having a lot of solar panels? Or are we talking about the UPS thing or something else? Nuclear and steam engines are keeping your electric network high for UPS. I remember hearing that... That's actually a really good fit. I remember hearing nuclear was UPS costly because of fluids, but then other people said that used to be the case, but they greatly improved the optimization there. But are you saying there's like a different way that nuclear is expensive as well? Fluids and also variable steam usage. Would that be a reason why Is my UPS going to be better during the day on Nauvis, for example? Because it stops bothering with the nuclear power? Let's put this here. You can check during the day what the electric network is. Yeah, 37-ish is on the high end of what we get these days. It's actually getting into nighttime now. So nuclear power is starting to ramp up. Let's go to the map so we can see this. Electric network 5.8. We've dropped a few UPS because we've zoomed out on the map as well. If I zoom in, it goes up a bit. Okay, we'll check in the middle of the night and see if it's noticeably different. I was putting this here just as like a outline, but we may end up just sticking with it. We've got all the space in the world for this build. We need some fluids, and we need LDS. How fast do we go through the fluids? I think it's pretty slow, 128 each. Fantastic. Let's just do a fluid output like so. And we'll say that this one is lubricant. 15 is always slightly too long. Need 6 there, that's 3 and 3. And this is... Maybe we'll change how far up and down this is to make it fit better when we're finalizing this build. That's not going to work though, because we need lubricant connected here. Circuit network being so high. It's really odd because you hit completely different bottlenecks than me, yeah. Yeah, I do use a few more circuit networks than most people. I think actually we're going to use undergrounds here so that we can use a long pipe here. One off being really good. And it's going to go there. Wait a sec. Which one is going to be which? This doesn't need to be so close. Let's go for a 9er. We get over this? I don't think so. 15's too long, as usual. Let's maybe go a couple of 7s. It's still not going to get across. I guess we'll just have to add a 3, actually. We'll see if this gets in the way of anything. Should probably have a pump here. Pump goes here. Would you recommend LTN? How does it work? I've never actually seen it in action at this scale. Definitely. There's a learning curve, and in my opinion, some of the default settings are a trap. In particular, I like to get rid of... where is it? Delivery timeout. I've set this so high that it's effectively removed. The amount of time that passes before LTN just assumes the train was destroyed. There's also one that makes a train leave a station before unloading everything. And there's one somewhere, finish loading. It adds a 2-second inactivity, which, unless you go out of your way to put some extra circuitry in there, which I don't think is what people are doing by default when they're just learning it, it's going to overload a station when you had a small request. Or at least empty the train instead of delivering like 1,000. I also maybe do this later, but once you know what you're doing with request thresholds and provide thresholds, I set this so high that it's never going to trigger with the default. So I actually have to give a station a request stack threshold, for example. Otherwise it won't act as a provider station by mistake, for instance. And whatever you do, don't trust the request threshold entirely. If you set this so that it requests precisely the maximum that can be stored here, and you set the appropriate request stack threshold so that the train will only ever bring, you know, a full train load and only when there's room for a full train load. I've definitely seen it overload stations when it shouldn't be. And you would think that would come down to not unloading the chests evenly, but we've got circuits in place to unload them evenly. I've had the same issues with my rockets, yeah. So definitely leave a little bit of slack, and expect a bit of a learning curve. But that said, there's a lot of stuff that I can only do with LTN. Like having a drop-off station, especially in combination with logistic networks. I can have a drop-off station that can be literally any number of different items being dropped off. I can have a station that drops off multiple types of fluid. There's so much you gain in terms of station density. And also, I don't need any of these trains to be like a specific resource carrier. So I don't need to count and try and keep track of and estimate how many iron ore trains I need, how many iron plate trains I need, each type of fluid, and so on. Really, okay, this is ridiculously overkill right now. You typically only need a few fluid wagons to support a very big base. Because fluid is picked up and dropped off so ridiculously quickly, if you have, like, 2 pumps, it makes it a lot easier. So I think I've set this station up correctly already. We're gonna have... I actually decided this one was going to be lubricant, though, so let's update that part. Lubricant... Station names don't actually matter, technically, as far as LTN goes, but I like to have it descriptive. And that one should be fine. So that means this other station is going to be chemical gel and also cryonite slush and beryllium plate. Plate of the beryllium variety. Stack size 200. So I think we'll request just barely more than one train load. That'll just mean that a delivery is triggered before we run out of stuff. The throughput that we're going to need for beryllium plate is going to be very slow. So that should be fine. The other two, chemical gel. And Cryonite Slush, which we haven't set up yet. Okay. Do we even have sulfuric acid up here? I don't think we do. Okay, that's one more reason to maybe persuade me to set up barrels to be sent to space for Cryonite Slush. Sulfuric acid goes into batteries, processing units, beryllium, beads, Cryonite Slush, processing unit, metallic acid, iridite, naquitite. I'm pretty sure we can... that just uses a mining drill. Okay. And... uranium. Okay. So there's nothing that's going to be in our space production chain specifically that needs to have sulfuric acid. We'll definitely set that one up on the ground. But I think I already set up... I wonder if I could squeeze one more type of barrel into this block. We could have... we could maybe... No, not unless I change those signals. Also, this roboport would be in the way. We could definitely put 2 fluid drop-offs on one station here. Ragamuffin, good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Isn't it Cryonite Slush easy to make in space anyway? It would be if I had sulfuric acid up here, which I don't because there's no reason. What was this gonna be? I think I was looking at Cryonite Slush. Yeah. Yeah, we'd have to send up sulfuric acid anyway, and there won't be a direct use for sulfuric acid in space, so we may as well send up Cryonite Slush. Maybe I shouldn't be sending it myself. It depends. Like, until I noticed that about sulfuric acid, I was seriously considering doing the Cryonite Slush in space. That's why I've got this here. Not worrying about the productivity bonus because we've actually reached a point where we're short on solid rocket fuel. So making yet another cargo rocket is maybe not the greatest. Are we bottlenecking on crude oil or something else at this point? The solid rocket fuel. Seems we've used up most of our... Yeah, we don't have that much crude oil in the tanks up here. So we'd probably benefit from The thing is, the oil pickups are getting really far away. I remember mocking the idea of going for more planets with crude oil core fragments a while ago. But at this point, they're looking very attractive. Especially because this is tiny. We can clear out the biters. And then we've just got infinite crude oil being sent back to us. Where's our crude oil block? Here it is. Okay, so we're not bottlenecking on our crude oil core fragment processing. What tier of tech are you at? Tiny and excellent day-night cycle? What was the day-night cycle? Tech is... we're working towards, what is it called? Tier 3 Astro? And then we're gonna go straight for spaceships after that. And hopefully start spending way less on rocket fuel. Oh, I didn't see the day-night cycle. 6.5 minutes. Bit shorter than Nauvis. We've got 3. We've tapped one of them. We could probably just add more power. How did this get damaged? We could probably visit Mars and add more solar power. That'll give us more crude oil core fragments. Crashing rocket, I've had that happen too. Yeah, but we don't have any regular rocket back and forth to this planet. Anyway, the time that I put into getting 2 more planets sending back crude oil core fragments, we could maybe be a lot closer to getting spaceships. Which are gonna run on completely different resources, I imagine. What are we doing here? Gamma ray detector. Grab some speed modules. How fast are these? 1 to 1. Perfect. And does this make any scrap? Nope. It's actually just the final product that goes out. But I feel like just for the sake of symmetry, copying this, and which side does this go? On the inner side of this bit. Why does that not line up? That's a bit odd. Oh, it does line up. Why does it look like it doesn't? Because this underground is different. Okay. So, we'll do this. We'll be capable of turning all of our multispectral mirrors into gamma ray detectors. Oh, I meant to do FNEI. How many gamma ray detectors are we going to need? It literally only goes into gamma ray telescopes. Okay, maybe this build would be a bit excessive, actually. Maybe. In that case, probably just one of these machines will be fine. So we could put it over here, perhaps? Actually, okay, if not for the fluid inputs required, I would probably just do this in the mall. But we need that Cryonite Slush. And we can actually just connect this directly through here. Fantastic. And we'll bring this back this way. On second thought, why don't we all just make it all just go to one side? Since the required throughput is going to be so low. Can we do that? I think we can. Yeah, we can. And here as well. Need to connect these chests. Connect this up here. Whoops. And connect to LTN. And we know that items from these inserters are going to be on that side of the belt, so we can just do it this way. So, I think we were just requesting the one train load, so yeah, that's not going to cause any issues if it doesn't unload evenly. Since we can fit more than 2 train loads. That should be all it takes. If we really want to be pedantic, we could put a lane balancer here, but for the reason I just mentioned, that's not going to be necessary. And we also need to take some of these multispectral mirrors. Okay. I kind of would like to put this here, though. If only for the symmetry of it. How should we... We can't use long arm inserters because we need to filter the output. Oh, and we also need to bring the fluids down here as well. How should we go about that? We can't do underground pipes through this bit. We need to go around the sides. It's almost a shame that doesn't connect. I think we should just use the side connections to begin with. Okay, that's max length, I believe. Not quite. Nine is not good enough. Let's see how this part lines up. That's actually perfect. 10, 11, 12, 13. That's not perfect. We'll do 5, 5, and 3. How are we going to do I thought we could do both fluids on the side like this, but this makes more sense. So I probably shouldn't have removed those pipes that we already had. Don't need lubricant over here. Let's bring it over this way. Oh, that doesn't need to connect. This one is never lubricant. I think we'll just do it like that. It's actually perfect for once. Okay, that's lubricant to 1, 2, 3 of these. And chemical gel. Let's work backward from this one. 7, slightly too long. I could reduce the pipe part if I do it like this. Alright, so that's chemical gel to those two. We're going to need something like this. And we need chemical gel down here as well. It's not going to look the same no matter what we do. What a mess. Okay. 9 tiles is almost perfect over here. If we do it this way, we have to use this for the lubricant. And lubricant is probably better off connecting like this. Can I move these over a tile? Yeah, we're good. Okay. It's not going to reach. Six tiles. Unfortunate. Okay. So lubricant 1, 2, 3, 4. And we could probably make it quite a bit neater if this keeps going, actually. And then something like this. Of course it would be one tile off either way. That's fine. Loop. Hello, Sir Squid. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Alright, so that just leaves... Chemical gel goes here, goes here. These two are connected. Connect this up. That's a good fit, actually. And we need to connect this to chemical gel. Can we even... Yeah, we can. 7, 8... 4 tiles. Yuck. 15 plus 4 is 19. That's not gonna fit. Well, we could do like 5, 5, and 9. Happy time zone, indeed. RF Holloway, good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Okay, I think that's all of our fluids for our multispectral mirror build. We just need to... What's the rate on this? 6.4 per second is actually pretty good. I'm pretty sure we can deal with that with one filter inserter out. It says less than half of a stack inserter if we were doing direct insertion, which we're not. So that's probably going to be fine. Oh, what's the max rate? 25 per second is considerably less than one belt. So we can just do it like this. And we'll have a... Should we do a shared pickup station? Why not? Because we'll have to do complicated circuitry for no reason. Let's do it anyway. So we'll start with a... Where am I going? We could do a filtered... And then we just wouldn't have as much storage. On the other hand, we don't need... we don't need very many gamma ray detectors at all. So yeah, we'll just limit gamma ray detectors. Yeah, I know how I want to do this. Do a filtered balanced loader. That's the wrong blueprint. Fantastic. And bring this through here. And up this way. And then... here. That's not quite right. Okay. Need to split off of this. For our multispectral mirrors. Bring them down here. There's no scrap or anything from this thing. And apart from our each divided by -24 output each, and setting the blacklist based on the negative average versus the positive of what's in the chest. We're also going to say if gamma ray detector greater than 8,000, output gamma ray detector. So that's going to blacklist it on all of these. Stilgashinji, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. And multispectral mirror. We can fit 7.2 train loads here, so let's call it 1 train load of this and 5 train loads of this, just to be safe. So 40,000. So we can fit 40,000 multispectrals and 8,000 gamma ray detectors in these chests. Then we just need to do some slightly fancy circuitry to make sure we load precisely the right amount of whichever resource quickly, but without leaving an inserter sticking out at the end and messing up the next train. So we're going to set filters, whitelist, and signal S for stack size. Once the autosave catches up. All of these inserters are going to be set the same way. The only difference between them is the first one for each cargo wagon also gets a green wire connection. It's very hard to see with the vertical build, but take my word for it. And then at our LTN train stop, we're going to bump up our provide stack threshold a bit. Actually, now that I think about it, we need to look for a bit more than 8,000 gamma ray detectors in that case. If we're looking for 180 stacks, that is 20 times 50, 200 extra. And I'll get into why it has to be a little bit extra later on. For now, we need to get some stuff from the logistic train stop output, but we don't want these signals. So we're going to feed a decider combinator -1,000,000 of each of those, then output each greater than 0. We also need to subtract from the vanilla part of the train stop. We're going to be reading read train contents times -1. So now on this green wire down here, what we end up with is the signal type, like multispectral mirror, and the amount that is left to be loaded into the train. The next thing we do is just some division, basically. We're going to do each divided by 24. It's just going to be the one signal, but we're using each because it's generic and we don't know which signal it's going to be. We're going to output the signal, and we're also going to output S for stack size for the same amount. And that's going to go on the red wire. So that goes to all of our stack inserters. We've got 24 stack inserters, so we're dividing the amount left to be put in the train by 24, and limiting the stack size to that. Once we drop below 24... Oh, this should be a decider combinator, actually. Once we drop below 24, we're just going to go for a stack size of 1. Which is going to happen by default if we don't give this a signal of S. Each less than 24, output each. And that is going to go to our 1 inserter per cargo wagon. And that should load our train without having the inserters stick out afterwards. Okay. Now we just need to connect this up. Might just remove this part, to be honest. Thank you for the explanation. I did wonder. No worries. Always happy to try and help teach. Oh, and that reminds me, I almost forgot to mention why we need to make sure there's a little bit extra. 2 reasons. The balanced loaders are not quite perfect, but also because this 1 inserter per cargo wagon is going to be putting in just a little bit extra, we want to make sure we start with extra. Because we can't read how much is left to be put into... We can only read the train in total. We can't read individual cargo wagons. So it's incredibly important that all of this is perfectly in sync. Otherwise we're going to have some problems. I'm only just now making blueprints for a rail cell based base. That is a fun one to design. Very satisfying once you get something that you're happy with. That can actually just be a regular signal there. Not that it makes a difference because this is a dead end. It would have acted like a regular rail signal anyway, but this sort of illustrates what's happening here. So I think, apart from the fact we don't have Cryonite Slush, I think our gamma ray detector slash multispectral mirror block is complete. So why don't we fire it up and see what happens? Speaking of firing something up, did we get those scaffold thingies? Aeroframe scaffolds? We did. Fantastic. So we're just waiting on multispectral mirrors for the gamma ray telescopes. And also for the radio telescopes, actually. All the more reason to get this thing going. I don't want to forget to turn this back on. Fantastic. Okay, we need this connected to the logistic train stop input so that LTN knows what's in this station. And I think we're ready to switch this on. And over here we just need these 3. So that should be ready to go. Except that we don't have Cryonite Slush in the train network up here. What's my life support like right now? 51 minutes. I'm tempted to just not bother with carrying life support. Okay. What do we got? Iridium plate is on the way. Fantastic. As is... I didn't update the station name, that's why we've got a random space capsule thing over here. I need to update that station name as well. I'm hesitant to change the name of this station. I think I can until it's on the way to this station specifically. Let's see. Maybe not. I lost track of it. Yeah. Let's change that back until the train is done. Alright. Beryllium plate is another one we might want to add. Oh, we did fix this as well. So there should be... Nope. The bots still haven't cleared this. I think we will just, one by one, add these to the rail block down here. And abandon them. We've already moved Iridium plate, so let's change this to a name that's not going to do anything. Actually, we can mark it for deconstruction already. So we're not going to rely on the main bus space anymore, we'll start tearing it down. I also meant to change the train limit on this one. Something is wrong. Oh, no. Okay. We've already got fluid coming, that's fine. LDS coming, that's fine. Turn this off for now. Yeah, I'm glad I copied this to make a rail, space... to make a space belt version, but this is not supposed to be a belt balancer, actually. So we're going to remove those two. In that case, we could make it a little more compact. Dogaru, good to see you again. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Actually, come to think of it, we can make this even smaller. And this goes here. This would have to go here. And this goes here. So good that I think I can't pull off this mod. I would love to make a point that I am so jealous of your railway setup. Thank you. The blueprints are available on, audio prints here if you want to steal some of them. Although, you will have to make sure you understand two-way rail. The straight rail is one-way only, but the roundabouts are two-way. Is how that one works. I should probably make a blueprint of this as well. 4-4, boomerang, lane balance. Okay. Should put these all down here, I think. Now then, we need to clear the half belt that's supposed to have glass on it as opposed to iridium plate. So that is this one, I believe. Seems good. Why is there a trickle of it right now? Seems a little weird. Which side is it? I think it'll be the same. Yeah. So we're gonna steal this half. Is there a way to sort blueprint books? I vaguely remember they used to resort automatically. Not to my knowledge, but you can search them if all else fails. And one more half belt to go. I'm quite happy with that little 180-degree belt balancer. It's pretty small for what it is. Okay, now we can summon the glass. Assuming we have some glass available. Not so much. Is it because this is stuck? Yeah, it is. Why don't we add glass to this? Novice orbit. Glass should be one of the earlier ones. There it is. And change these filters to glass. Glass blacklist. And the name of this... Wait, is it this station? Yeah. Name of this station is now glass rocket. And there should be, I hope, a glass rocket on its way already. Looks like it just launched. Fantastic. Alright, so that's 50,000 glass. 16 of which will be coming over here. Well, I was going to say 16 of which will be coming over here in short order, but who knows how many other stations have been waiting for it. So let's just bump up the priority temporarily. We really do need these multispectral mirrors to continue everything else as well. Oh. Uh-oh. There's a train on the way, isn't there? I need to do this really quick. Okay. So, when a train is trying to drop off chemical gel, the logistic train stop output, I think it outputs -1 chemical gel. So all we have to do is set these ones to say chemical gel less than 0. And likewise for this one, except it's going to be Cryonite Slush. And that way we're not going to get the wrong fluid in the wrong side of the station. Fantastic. Did a bit of searching. It confirms they used to auto-sort until about 0.18, When it failed, it was listed as a bug, but then the new blueprint system came in and autosort was left behind. You know, indeed. So we're just waiting on that glass that should have already have been delivered, actually. What's the deal with the glass? Oh, it's still loading into the train station, that's why. Come to think of it, these blue inserters are a bottleneck. Should probably fix those. Let's get our construction spiders to pay that block a visit. We don't have another stuck train, that's good. Okay. Oh, and we need to set these up as well. Luckily, we have a little bit of time to do it. So normally, if we're just unloading one resource, we read the belt a little bit, we read the hand contents of the inserters, and our condition for enabled is everything equals 0. Here, we're just going to do the same thing, but with specific resources. Glass on the left, and iridium plate on the right. Copy, paste that across. And now we'll have those two different resources getting unloaded evenly. Without even having a combinator. Although it does bottleneck on the inserters a bit, but with all of this space and all of these belts, we can still get 180 items per second. So once these are full to almost 7 stacks, should trigger... Oh, it actually is exactly 7 stacks each. That's so that we can keep this balanced if we want a short train picking this up as well. Missing scaffolding here. I don't recall trying to deconstruct that. I hope we didn't delete any spiders that way. But yeah, the inserters have finally stopped, so give it a few seconds and there'll be a train coming to pick up glass. Fantastic. And it is coming to our new block. So now we can set the priority back to normal. And I guess all that's left to do is make sure our pickup stations are set correctly. Need to connect the chests to the logistic train stop input. This will be multispectral and gamma ray, and this one is just scrap. Let me start by putting a standard pickup. And we're going to call it scrap provider. We could add something in order to make absolutely sure that this is evenly loaded. How necessary is it? Can we do it without a combinator? I don't think so. These machines will get everything they need at about the same time. but not quite the same time. Alright, let's just throw in a balanced loader as well. So we're going to connect all these chests. To the input of the output. And I'll copy this on the other side. Make it easy to copy the wire. And connect all these filter inserters. Setting is going to be scrap. Well, it could just be everything. Less than or equal to 0. Make sure we connect all of these together. And looks weird. I want to rotate this. Actually, just to make it a bit more clear, I'm going to do it this way. Maybe a red wire. No, I can't use a red wire. Because we need to have a different colored wire going from the chest to the one inserter. So we get a positive signal from the red wire, which is how much scrap do we have in this chest. We get a negative average. What do we got? 8, 16, 32 inserters. Let's double check. 32 inserters. So we're using a generic here, but we could say scrap divided by 32 output scrap. And this would be scrap less than or equal to 0. Hey, Majagus. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. So if it does somehow get imbalanced, that should all sort itself out. Did we get our glass yet? Oh, we did. So why machine no booper? Because I haven't connected the low density structures yet, that's why. The same thread links to 343N's blueprint alphabetic sort. Paste in your blueprint book and it spits out the sorted version. Nice. I'm glad there's that option there. Alright, so we'll put this here. And this can go here. Looks a bit neater, I think. And on the other side, about the same. It's gonna look a little bit different. This will have to go all the way around the 180 degree. And this one should line up here. Oh, that's tragic. One off. Let's do it like this. That looks pretty good. And then where is this one going to go? I guess we will bring it down this way because we need to do this. Close enough. Okay. Do I have enough belt in my inventory? Nope. Let's bring our construction spiders back. And that should be enough to get our multispectral mirrors. We did prioritize... Oh, here we go. We did prioritize putting the multispectral mirrors into the rail block over here, at least temporarily. Where is this going? To the mall? Nope, somewhere else. Probably should have thought of that before. Wait, I thought I made sure the priority was set higher on the mall. Okay, it's priority 1. I thought pretty much everything didn't have a priority setting over here. Where's it going? Priority... Yeah, it doesn't have a priority. So it defaults to 0. So it shouldn't have brought the multispectral mirrors here. I don't think. Maybe it was because... Okay, I doubt we already had 3 trains heading to this spot. Maybe it's because I didn't request... I'm sure I requested multispectral mirrors at some point. Found the FCPU mod. Now I make combinator signals with assembler. Hog? As in... Oh, it's priority 100. Except it's not looking for multispectral mirrors at all. For some reason. Okay. Let's resolve that, shall we? We need 9,000. Cool. Here come our spiders. We won't be suffocating for another 40 minutes. I thought it was 40 seconds for a second there. Okay, I want to get that little bit of LDS out of the way. Fantastic. And we have multispectral mirrors. Beautiful. Did I miss something? There's no glass here. What's wrong with glass? What is wrong with glass? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Yeah, I did this wrong. Okay. This should actually be... like this. So that they each have a different side of the belt. It's going to be a little bit of a mess to fix. We just have to consume what's on the belt already. If we can just get this machine to eat some... Oh, it's actually the scrap output that's the problem here. This is balanced. Okay, what about this one? Fix that input belt. There we go. $56 yays I got. Excellent. Should I make some more, channel point rewards, I suppose? Is this enough? It's not. I'm gonna have to... Okay, it keeps teasing and or confusing me. I'm not sure if... this is gonna be enough to get the whole block sorted. I did a name in base redeem. Did you skip over it? Yes, I apologize. So I should have added a sound effect for that. Okay, let's go. Mid-Jaggers? Down here? Let's go M... Is it J? Where's that J? I think I made one J so far. It's kind of easy to look at. Oh, that's a JA even. Jaggis. And S. Double check the spelling. Fantastic. And let's extend our robo network just a little bit. Fantastic. We just got another 50 prod 6s as well. Let's pick this up. Nice. Hype indeed. Shall we fix this belt as well? There we go. Is that going to be enough? Yes, it is. Bonk. Well, more work for you, Hex. Another redeem. Oh, fantastic. Oh, we got 2 of them. Beautiful. Let me just grab the rest of this and try and make sure this will be working in the meantime. Wait, did we actually... Oh, I see. I forgot to check. That's not... Oh, no. Okay, let's do the names first. Gazaunik? Do that here. Set. W-N-I-K. Do we want the numbers? Does anyone know how much characters a nickname can have? My username is usually at or near the maximum. But thinking of Twitch, there is... What's the name? Sir Kenson von Iced Tea? Or was there another syllable or 2 in there? Twitching Doge? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Gazaunik. What do we got? Whiskers. Where should we put Whiskers? Over here? Oh, here it is. Sydney Kenson von Iced Tea. Fantastic. So that is a name that Twitch will allow. Should we continue over here? I haven't redeemed? Wait, what? Oh, it was right underneath the other one. I thought you did redeem. Well, I appreciate your honesty. Heincha? Let's go with that. H-E... And Kellogg's. Okay. Start over here. I-N-T-J. I-N-T... T-T-T-T... And J. And E. Number 1. And then A3. I have a 3 somewhere. There we go. Thank you, NG. LL0. Or should I just do the straight L like that? (6S). Let's start with a G for a 6. And S. Fantastic. Let's just get our spiders over there. I only use an exclamation mark instead of a 1. Oh, okay, so that was Haichu. Exclamation mark. Fantastic. Alright, did I miss anybody? Let me scroll through the actual awards. Kellogg's, Haichu. Jaggers. Okay, I think we're good. Fantastic. And spiders are on their way to make it official. We also probably need some power. Very important. Wait, what? Why is this here? Oh. Now, I need to actually fix this properly. Did I turn off the station? No. Okay. I'm just gonna temporarily... How full is this? Not very. Okay. Do I dare try doing this with a half a second timer? We need every second one to have iridium plate. Fantastic. I'll remove the iridium plate from all of these ones. That one's actually correct. Remove glass. Oh! Whoops. Iridium plate can go back in there, I guess. Remove glass from here. Remove glass from here. And remove glass from here. Okay, even distribute. Nice. And we'll redo the iridium plate. Fantastic. So once this belt stops being a bit messed up, the whole thing should actually work properly now. We just need to consume some of this. And a little bit of that. Some more of this. And this one. And it's still a bit messed up, but as long as it can get both resources, it should keep going until it's all sorted out. Ian Noah, good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. And I think that's it. I see a little bit of iridium plate. No, it was glass on the wrong side here, but that's fine. As long as we're almost finished having stuff on the wrong side of the belt. Seems pretty good. Nope, has this one stopped? We'll give it a minute, make sure it doesn't jam. I guess we don't need stack inserters for this. But on the other hand, it spits out 5 at a time, so why not pick them all up in one go? Fantastic. I almost said why these filter inserters, but yeah, they have to be filter inserters. Oh, and last but not least, I almost forgot. We need to tell LTN that we've got scrap here to pick up. And we should make it high priority. Purple for the same color as a active provider chest. Because we need to keep this empty. Fantastic. Well, that's a very short trip. Here comes our train. It gets to a point where having both fast and stack inserters just creates unnecessary inventory space and consideration. Sometimes. Oh, you mean like this? I'm not too worried about that. I have my why? What? Why? How did green wire get in there? Bad green wire. I think it's because of the patch that keeps items in here persistently. Under the wrong circumstances, we sort of drop it onto the ground even though it shouldn't exist. Probably should have thought of this. We're bottlenecking on half a belt of multispectral mirror, but we're barely producing more than half a belt. I don't know that I necessarily want to worry about it. We're literally talking about like 2.5 items per second. Okay, just over 3 items per second. But we're probably going to bottleneck on the input resources sooner or later anyway. If I were to change this, I'd have to have a loop for the loader, just to have that little bit of extra throughput for the multispectral mirrors. Yeah, I don't think I want to bother with that. This should be overkill. Okay. Let's head back to base. Have Have we built any microwave telescopes, for example? I mean, radar telescopes. Nope. And I'm guessing we don't have any camera. Oops, wrong button. Okay. Once we get some multispectral mirrors delivered over here, that's going to change. And that is going to be approximately... not too long. We've already got 4.8k. We need a little bit over 8k to trigger a delivery. Right then. Why is that unit at the top not producing? Oh, this one up here? That is gamma ray detectors. We just need Cryonite Slush, which we don't have in the train, in the rail block just yet. I'm pretty sure the only reason this is stopping very, very briefly sometimes, I was going to say, is because of the half-belt bottleneck, but it doesn't look like that. It's letting Iridium Plate run out. Oh. Well, Iridium Plate did actually run out now. So I could swap those stack inserters, like I could set them to be filter inserters, but I'm just not that concerned about it. Especially considering the slight belt bottleneck. Alright, is this... Nope. Maybe I should have just picked up some of those mirrors. Because we really need these, buildings over here. Can't prod mod those mirrors? No, I'm pretty sure the only thing you can productivity module in space is science, which, now that I think about it, we should do immediately. We should upgrade that. Let's see. Lab. Tier 6 productivity module. Go. Wait, what is this? I don't think we particularly need to speed up the labs. They bottleneck on resources. So I'll just steal as many multispectral mirrors as I can carry. It'll auto-balance for the rest before we have a train load. I need to actually pick up... No, I think the spiders have some productivity 3s. So let's just send them down to the science labs. And accidentally finish building the names. I mean, deliberately calculated. Fantastic. Where was I going? Back to the mall with our multispectral mirrors. And I believe this was the station I meant to update the name for as well. Let's do that now. Space capsule and packed cargo rocket sections. And back here, I believe this station lacked a name. So we're going to go for beryllium plate, chemical gel, and Cryonite Slush. Fantastic. Right, Did I not just drop off my multispectral mirrors? Oh. Oh, it's that problem. Okay, I think aeroframe poles we're going to be adding to this little request. And up here as well. And we're going to blacklist aeroframe poles from being in these dynamic request chests. So the inserters should be emptying those now as well. Kinda hard to see. Everything equals 0. Oh, I see. Blacklist. Yep, there we go. Should be enough to get this working at least. Or not. Alright, let me go pick those up. That's already fine. That's a lot of aeroframe scaffolds. I was just about to consider doing the same thing with these. So I think we'll do just that. Okay. Once the autosave is done. Which one was it? This one. Copy those across. And we'll use copy paste this time. A little bit easier. Double check that we've blacklisted it for the dynamic requested chests. That one's fine. That one needs some help. Should multispectral mirrors be in the always requesters? 500 isn't so bad. Probably leave that as it is. We also seem to be out of low density structures, which is pretty alarming, actually. It's probably because LDS comes from up here. Oh, it's on the belt. We've got plenty of LDS right here, actually. Why no LDS in this rail block? I'm sure we've requested it before. Yeah, there it is, 2k. Let's request a full train load. That might help. How are we doing for storage space? It's looking a little bit full. Do we have an egregious amount of anything in particular? Not really. So I guess we'll just add more storage. still spamming out holmium accumulators. That's good. That's a lot of heavy girders, actually. Is there a universe where we should slow down on holmium accumulators for at least 5 minutes? Considering how we're bottlenecked on iridite for other things. How many holmium accumulators do we have down here? 8.4 thousand. I think that's the amount that we're actually... What's going on here? Oh, the timer. There we go. I think that's what we're requesting. 16k. Well... One thing I hadn't considered with this build is that I might want to actually speed limit a specific item. Name in base. No worries. Let's go. I-E-N. Seven Noah 4. I need a 7. I don't think I've got that. Let's start with the Z. N-U-A. Do we have a U? I think we'll have to make a U. Oh, there it is. A... And the 4. Fantastic. The Walking Whale, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Let's check if our spiders... They didn't have the prod modules. I'll go do that myself. Productivity 3s. Where art thou? I mean, productivity 6s. On the way. Here they come. Fantastic. Should be more than enough. Let's take the speedy spider all the way down to science. And we actually just need 48. That's almost exactly a stack. Hiya T-Hacks. Hiya Robust. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. I got my first supercomputer working last night, slowly but surely getting to rocket science. Thank you for streaming so consistently and being you. Lots of love. Thank you too. Really appreciate that. And thanks for watching. Boo Phoenix, thank you for the follow also. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well as well. Alright. Productivity... Actually, I didn't see how much it was. We're now up to plus 94% productivity on science. That's incredible. As opposed to plus 40%. We more than doubled the bonus that we get. That's not just because the prods are that much better. We've also got a base productivity bonus of... It doesn't actually show it here. So that actually is that much of a difference. Wow. Okay. Don't need those anymore. Actually, I think the robot was about to steal them. I should probably set up one of those return everything that doesn't belong in this robot network stations over here. Let's do that. If I want to be really greedy, I could use the same train stop as we've already got here for requesting. But I'd rather keep it simple this time. Material science continues. Okay, so how much have we got here? 47k of basics, 47k material 1, 47k material 2. Wow. I didn't actually expect any of the space sciences to necessarily be maxed out. 29k, 21k, 15, 5.8, 1k, 240. Well, we have an idea where our resources have been going all this time. I can actually just do a vanilla stop here. We're gonna do a regular train stop. I'll try and do it close to this roboport. Actually, I can just move it over. Oh wait, no, that stays there. Requested chest goes here. Is this gonna reach? That's some good reach. Okay, so what we're gonna do is just read logistic network contents, and we're gonna set requests based on that. But before we do, we're gonna add some blacklists. A blacklist rather. And it's gonna be a very large negative number for anything that belongs in this rail block, which is to say all of the sciences. So it's actually going to be a lot of clicking. I could copy what we've got here. We remove this stuff. If I do it this way, we're actually setting a hard limit of 48,000 of all of these things in this block. Because if we've got more than 48k of something, the positive signal is going to outweigh it, and we're going to request the difference over here. But I definitely don't mind if we have some extra items of the desired types in this block somehow. So I'm just going to set the limit, these to 1 million each. And unfortunately, that involves a bit of a repetitive action. Okay, so now we just set requests, and everything extra that's not supposed to be here is going to end up in there. I should have included bots though. Let's see. Bots and repair packs we also want to keep. Robot, and repair pack. I think everything else is fine. But where is the logistic request for these inserters and productivity modules coming from if we don't have them here? We do have them here. We've got logistic bots. What? Why? Okay, that was weird. Unfortunately, we can't read from a requested chest where we're setting the requests. So we're just going to do it this way. Oh, we need a combinator. I'm just going to copy where I've done this before. Bring the combinator over here. So this is trash pickup. The train limit is going to be set to L. And we're only going to give it a signal of L if there's something in this chest. And one of our vanilla trains will be coming to remove this stuff shortly. So that's how we get anything that's not on the approved list out of this robot network. Fantastic. Now then, do we actually have any radio telescopes? Oh. Why do we not have any radio telescopes? I see no requests for radio telescopes. I see no recipes here. So what's going on? We're only trying to make accumulators at the moment. Missing inserter into the wagon? Uh-oh. Yeah, that would probably help. Good catch, Ian Noah, thank you. The Undermined, good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. It's because you had 3 in storage, but the chest had more than that, so it thought it was satisfied. Okay. Oh yeah, because blue chest doesn't count as being in storage as well. Although I don't think it would have... What would it do? Actually, okay. Before we accidentally divide by 0 and destroy the universe. If this is a green chest and we set the requests based on what's in the logistic network, I wonder what that is going to look like. So we're going to put something... something unusual in the logistic. I just brought it back, that's the trouble. Let's say 50 steel. It just sets it to what's already there. It's no big deal. Okay. Back to our mall and wondering what on earth happened. We've got our gamma ray telescopes. We've got our radio telescopes. I think I must have typed like radar or something. Fantastic. I may have already set up the construction spiders to request this stuff. Maybe. Actually, I want to update the space constructotron thing anyway. Radio telescope. What does it stack to? 1. That is not a very large number. And gamma ray telescope, stack size 15. Fantastic. We're going to save that. We're not going to apply it to the player. And space constructotron, space constructotron. Apply it to as many of those as we can. There we go. 15 is an unusual stack size. It is indeed. Right, so have they got what they need? X-ray, gravimetrics. We made 50 and it stacks to 15, so it's probably fine. We can at least get enough of this built so that we can measure our throughput and everything with the rate calculator. What do we have here? We have enough multispectral mirrors that a train decided to collect them. Why is our provide stack threshold only 180 here? I guess it makes sense. We're requesting one train load of each resource, and we're making it available to the train network if there's any more than that. Okay then. Let's go radio. Not to mention gamma ray telescope. Did we speed module these? Nope. Gamma. Speed 3 for starters. Radio telescope. Speed 3. Oh, that's gonna change the beacon. I want negative 70% power usage by default. And if this is a slow build, we'll swap out some modules. I think we calculated this was already going to be slow regardless. Alright, so we have 8 columns. If we go full speed module, we're looking at... Oh, that's fluid. Okay, I was going to say almost a full belt, but no. 11.2 per second for each column, both in and out. That is very easy to deal with. And a total of 90 per second for the entire block. So I think we will go with speed 3s here, at least for now. What mod are you using for that character view? Do you mean this one, where I can zoom around and stuff? Wait, no, that can't be it. You've been watching space exploration for a while. Character view. Oh, this thing? This is auto trash. I'm still learning to use it. It'd probably go a bit smoother if... if I didn't already have things with a bunch of requests to start with, but it is pretty useful. I give it 9 out of 10. No, where you have the upgrade planer and the not actually extant Spidertron remotes. The navigation satellite. This is just the character. So when the navigation satellite is part of space exploration, and when you go to the navsat, you have like a different character inventory. Yeah, the thing that changed with that recently is the items persist in the character screen here, character inventory. So ever since I updated my Factorio and space exploration, we've had this stuff handy. What's our rate looking like for gamma ray observation frame? It's going to be 8 times this column. Column is 20 per second input. And no, sorry, 20 per second output, which is just a little bit less than half a belt, conveniently enough. And a little bit of scrap, no big deal. Gamma ray detected. Oh! Wait, what? I thought FNEI told us gamma ray detectors are only... I must have misread it. Yeah, I thought gamma ray detectors were only used to make the gamma ray telescopes. Obviously that can't be the case, or we wouldn't have these yet. So we might actually need more than 3.4 per second. This is actually twice as fast as this one. So we might need 8 of these machines. Let's see. What is the max rate of this block? Only 13.6 gamma ray detectors per second. So we would need... actually exactly 4 of these machines, which would only use up half of the multispectral mirrors that this can produce. Might, indeed. Okay, so we're gonna have to redo this whole area at some point. Unless we just don't worry about the speed of science for a while. We're really just doing this to rush spaceships, although I'm sure there's a bunch of other techs that we're going to need to put Astro 3 into. It's only 200 Astro 3s to get spaceships, which is nothing compared to the effort of getting Astro 3 in the first place. So, let's put that there. I'm just going to delete this and copy-paste this here so that I don't have to remember to update it or anything. Those bots are stealing my stuff. It's fine. All of this... Oh, okay, for one thing, that is the mall over there. That's not the mall. Okay. It's fine, though. All of these blocks have got something in place to bring random stuff back to the mall. Okay. Let's send our spiders back for more. And I'll just confirm everything. So for the whole thing, 8 of these is only 90 per second. Yeah, I think we did calculate this earlier. Or roughly calculated it earlier. So we've got one belt from each side. That is going to be 90 per second. And the fluids should all be connected already. Fantastic. I think we're ready. Like, obviously this whole block isn't going to be going for now, but we can at least start summoning resources. I want to get it brought to this side first. How are we for observation frames? We've run out of beryllium plate. That's actually pretty bad. We're bringing in 32,000 more right now, though. And that makes 320,000 blank observation frames, actually. Okay, I think we're going to have a few. We've already got some backed up here. So it shouldn't be long before... Yep, there it is. That's fluid, though. And also, blank observation frames are on their way. Fantastic. I hope the fluid gets here first, since it takes like a second to unload. Looks like that is how it's going to be. Nice. Let's count how many radio telescopes we've built ever. 73. And we're looking for 64. Nice. Let's bring our spiders back over here to build the rest. Each half of that build outputs to its own train station? Yes. Well, yes and no. Oh, wait, no, the answer's just yes. Yeah, I was thinking of probably this build, or... No, it was this one, where there's junk outputs, so they both output to the same finished product. Bring the junk over here. Even if they've got separate input stations. But in this case, they all go to the same output station. I mean, no they don't, that's a lie. Maybe they should. What's our rate on finished products here? We're going with 64 of these, gives us 716 radio wave observation frames per second. Hold on. Wait, what? 11.2 per second. Times 4. No, I must have... I think I multiplied that wrong. So we're getting 64 times this. 90 per second. It's gonna be tricky to fit 90 per second into one station. I think it'll be okay if we just do it this way. We could always just switch off one of the input stations if we really wanted to make sure everything goes to 1. If we're short on resources. Oh, where's our... There we go. I thought we found that we'd made 72 radio telescopes. Why do the spiders not have them? Oh, because they stack to 1. I think we brought 1 per spider. Yeah. How many are left? 20? I think we've got 20 spiders here. Yeah, I think it's a little bit more than 20. Fantastic. We also need to set recipes and make sure they all have speed modules. Oh. Module inserter might work a little bit better then. And the rest of them. Module insert. Wait. Oh no, that's fine. Yeah, we do want to speed module the beacons this time. And we need to make sure all of these have the recipe set. We still need to place tanks in the block east of you. Over here? True. Take care, Whiskers. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you have a good night. This appears to be blocked. Probably because... I'm actually not sure why. they've all got the red wire. Green wire connects everything. This is specifically measuring microwave observation frames. That should be radio wave. There we go. Fantastic. Now that I look at it, this part didn't need a splitter for the merge. No, wait, it does, because this side just isn't working yet. Why isn't it working yet? Supercooled thermofluid. Oh, it's facing the wrong way. I must have copy-pasted it wrong. Let's double-check all the others. These are fine. If they're in motion, they're definitely okay. And the rest appear to be good to go. As soon as the spiders get here, we'll finish the build. And that'll be that. We need to make the same combinator fix over here. Nice. Alright then. Let's assume that's going to get sorted out. Now we have a look at our rate of gamma ray observations. I think I copy-pasted this off of this build. Yeah. This outputs scrap as a byproduct, not to mention fluid. And this one outputs scrap as a byproduct, not to mention fluid. Okay. What's our rate? We've already built all of this. I already checked that this is slightly less than half a belt of output. That is fine. The whole thing. 4 belts of gamma ray observation frames. Looks like we can handle that. 2, 3, 4. That goes down here. And where is this going? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And the scrap goes here. 1 belt. We're only getting 6.8 scrap per second, so I'm pretty sure any shape of belt is going to be good enough here. Cool. I think this one is mostly done. There's probably a couple of little changes we need to make. Multispectral mirror, blank observation frame, and supercooled. And oh, it's not multispectral mirror, it's gamma ray detector. Needs to be delivered here. Okay. Gamma ray detector. Was it multispectral mirror that gets delivered here? Yeah. Okay. The different thermofluid resources, do you always get the same amount out of a process as you put in? Just of a different type, or do you lose some depending on the process? You sometimes lose some, and it's a very, very small amount that you lose. As far as throughput is concerned, you can just pretend it's the same amount. And you will obviously need to produce, like, quite an amount of thermofluid at first, but once you reach an equilibrium with how much you've got, how much you need in the system, your machines that produce thermofluid are pretty much going to go to sleep. So probably, I wouldn't even be surprised if just one space manufactory could support the entire base, like, forever. Although it would take a while to catch up in the first place. Okay, so that is probably that. Blank observation frame, gamma ray detector, and supercool. Supercool, blank, and gamma ray. Fantastic. Let's just update this part. And copy paste across here. And we need to change these filters as well. Let's check that the rate for these resources is similar enough as well. So it's looking like less than half a belt of gamma ray detectors, 6.8. Yep, we're fine. And we've got room for 180 per second gamma ray observation frames up here. Right, so let's turn this thing on. Looks like we've finished, except for finishing up the spider dance. We've finished our radio telescope build. You can see them all moving. The only way any of them are not functional right now is if they don't have an output for fluid, and they might make a few resources and then stop. But judging from the fact that all of these have been running, except that one, I very much doubt that's the case. You have them set up not to produce unless there's an actual lack of it? Not really. We can always limit our output chests if we want to. But other than that, no. Okay. The thermofluid. Oh, yes, right, of course. Yeah, thermofluid. We've got a pump here. And we're reading from a bunch of these storage tanks. And basically they have to be mostly empty. They have to be almost empty for us to pump, for us to create more thermofluid. And this is where we drop off thermofluid that comes back from the rail network, which is happening right now, actually. From over here. Well, more like over... That one just finished. And theoretically, you could do the same thing with the intermediate thermofluids. There's never going to be a problem if you back up on supercooled, obviously. But there are a couple of places where the output fluid is not 25 degrees. Where was it? Where was that recent build where we had to convert it back? I'm surprised I'm having so much trouble finding it. Oh, is this it? Yeah, this is it. So because this thing outputs negative 10 degree thermofluid, we can't just take that straight back to this rail block because we didn't account for that the first time. You could definitely do it that way, but what we're doing instead is just -10 back to -100, -100 back to -275, and the 25-degree thermofluid comes back here. It also reduces the number of inputs and outputs that we need on this block. Okay. What are we missing here? Well, obviously gamma ray detectors. We don't have those set up yet. I mean, we do have a trickle of them set up, but not the Cryonite Slush. But everything else should work fine. Yeah, I think this block is gonna be okay. We'll just name this station, though. It is scrap and 25-degree thermofluid. Bump up the threshold a little bit. This one's also... I haven't connected these pipes yet. But that is also 25-degree thermofluid. And the final product is gamma ray observation. Frame. Can we connect this like so? I think so. Is that gonna reach? Not quite. Oh, that's slightly upsetting. Let's make it symmetrical. And same thing on this side. And I don't suppose we neglected that in the first build. It looks like we did. Products finished 15. Products finished 3,500. So that goes there. And this station should probably have a name as well. I just realized I named that other one wrong. So, X-ray, observation frame, and 25-degree thermofluid. Same over here. And this one is just scrap. And we should find... This has the same name, I think. Yep. This one's actually fine with a stack size of 160. I believe. Gamma ray observation frame. And... Oh, that one's correct already, so let's just copy that. Also, this will be gamma rays. Fantastic. Right. So apart from this prerequisite that we need to get Cryonite Slush sorted out for, what remains of Catalog 3? Nothing, I think. We've got radio, we will have gamma, dark matter, and negative. We haven't actually produced negative yet. Why not? Probably because we've never had... Oh, there it is. Okay, it's pretty strange to me that we haven't had astrometric data delivered here. That has been available for quite a while now. Products finished, 0. Is astrometric data broken? It actually is. Oh, hang on, there's an output here. Astrometric depth. Oh, I see what you did there. Okay. I know just what to do to fix that one. Basically the thing I was too lazy to do the first time. And we're going to want to do it this way anyway because the higher tier, we're doing the second tier right now. Actually, we're going to have radio wave and gamma ray, so I should probably just set it up to use that immediately. Regardless, the sushi belt is going to need to be able to take even more types of items on one half of the belt. So, wait a sec. Let's bring a spider over here. If we change this to the tier 3 recipe, because we need 13 as opposed to 7 items on the one side of the belt, it might actually be too much. Oh, but it gets slower. Oh, that's actually going to make it easier. Fantastic. Okay, let's put one of these under a beacon. So this is going to be 0.34 of each of those per second, as opposed to 0.34. It's actually exactly the same. Oh no, it's the same recipe. That's why. Okay. Oh, that's great. That's actually fantastic. 3.4 per second versus 3.4 per second. For the outputs, that is. Blank data cards are going to be 2.21 per second. So, if there's 8 of these, that's 17.68 per second. That is still way less than half a belt. Yeah, we're going to be way better off with the sushi build when it needs more different types of items, because it goes slower, but the recipe, the individual recipe is slower, but the output of multispectral is the same. Okay. I'm kind of looking forward to this. If I fix this up in the short term, we do get some negative pressure data, but I don't particularly care right now. I need to get these chests out of the way. I'll just do this for now. And pick these up. No, that's fine for the moment. This is visible. I'll balance it later. We make the stack filter. Okay. Visible and invisible. Just want to get this stuff out of the way while we work on it. Technically, I could have the spiders clean it up, but if it goes back to the mall and it's not enough to trigger a train delivery, it's going to sit there forever. Not a fan of that. Okay. That's infrared. It's full already. Wait, did I just mix them? I hope not. Doesn't look like it. Infrared. UV goes here. Here. Autosave is being very slow. I'm really considering getting an NVMe if it would make that much of a difference. I mean, it's something I kind of want anyway. But if it would bump the autosave time down to a couple of seconds, then that would be well worth it, I think. Oops. What kind of SSD do you use? It's just like the older kind. The not super duper fast modern ones. Okay, so that is out of the way now. Let me just put this here before I get confused. UV, UV, visible, that's infrared. Visible, visible, visible. X-ray. And we need to dump that down. Microwave. This is exactly the moment where I would be using the pre-patched jetpack switched on and off really quickly. God, it's sort of awkward as it is now. Infrared is here. And I think I dumped them all, actually. What have I got left? Microwave? It's so helpful that they all look almost the same, indeed. UV. UV. Okay. And it's the last of the X-ray. Why don't we balance it? UV again. Visible again. Okay. I'm not going to be using inserters. I'm going to be using splitters. Let's see. Visible goes in the first one. UV goes in the middle. Oh, careful. Nope, nope, nope. Fantastic. Infrared is the second one. Nice. And microwave is here. Oh no, 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 no. Give it back. No, not again. Okay, third tries the charm. If I fail this one, I'm just gonna up the amount of time that I have between mousing over these things. And last but not least is... I think we already balanced X-ray, actually. 1.9, 1.9, 1.9, 1.9. Fantastic. Also reset my construction bots. They don't know what they were doing before I go up. When you use the jetpack, yeah. Apparently it technically kills you whenever you activate or deactivate the jetpack. Yep. Yeah, there's a few things that it resets whenever you do that, unfortunately. I think we're going to have to not share belts for our inputs here, actually. And I just realized my mute button was upside down. Oops. Anyway, I was just saying, if I change the recipe this way, it's going to spit out all the cards, but if I put this recipe down here first, and copy it, all the cards are going to stay in place. Am I still the same person when I fly up and down? Yeah, it's a teleporter paradox, isn't it? Well, is it really a paradox, though? Let's get rid of these belts. Or the scanny bits. Nice. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've got 5 already. There's no even way to do it anyway. But yeah, I'll add a drop-off over here. We'll start with a typical... We only need 1 belt, right? Or make it 2. I'll just do a left 90 per second output here to start with. And we'll probably... We can do it later, but we'll split those off. Missed my comment about the bot build. I think I commented on it while I was muted. Yeah, so... Wait, let me just scroll and make sure. The new jetpack made my handcrafting reset. Yeah, it kills you. It technically kills you, so it resets a lot of things. Reset my construction bots. They don't know what they're doing before I go up. Indeed. That's why you see me hesitating to use or stop using my jetpack a lot of the time. All recipes are removed from the queue. No, it just resets the... Let me see what long recipe I could craft here. 10 seconds? You see, every time I use the jetpack, the duration on the one thing I'm crafting right now gets reset. Which can be a lot if you're handcrafting, say, a cargo rocket silo or... Didn't this used to be 60 seconds? I think we got a power-up that improved our crafting speed. Hey, the West dude. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. You have achieved a new state of being, transcending your previous version. Indeed. 12:24. Oh, right. 24 minutes past. Isn't that build kind of predestined for a bot network with so many different resources and relatively low amounts for each? I guess, but I felt like doing sushi. Also, someone was asking for sushi. So we ran into some problems doing it with inserters. I don't recommend it, doing it that way. We can definitely just use belt going directly for to a half belt for the blank data cards. Actually, I'll just double check our rate that we're gonna need for each of these resources. It's only 1.7 per second each now. Multiply that by 7 is 11.9, less than half a belt. So that's going to be quite easy to deal with. Actually, you know what we could do? Since it's so close to being 8, and we have this overabundance of belt space, I was gonna say we could use one of these, but I'm having second thoughts. Let's just control it with circuits and or just checking a bit of belt like we usually do. I'm thinking maybe, possibly, we could have just one splitter. Let's get rid of all of these, they're confusing me. Maybe keep the blank data cards where they are, we'll see. Yeah, I think we need one splitter per resource if we're going to merge them properly. That would be 1. We'll move this maybe. 2, that might be too close. If we use the other side of the belt for the blank data cards, then that shouldn't be a problem. If we do it like this, that means we can have them nice and close together. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is going to be the first type of data card. Is that going to be a problem? I don't think so. We could even do input priority on the left. I mean, that's the entire reason that the splitter is better than the inserter, actually. Although I don't think we strictly need the priority. If it's equal priority, it's good enough. But we'll have each different type of data card go down like this. That means we could still have them share belts like this if it saves us any space, and then we can just split this way. Yeah, that might work really well, actually. Visible goes on this side. UV can go on this side. Although it doesn't really matter which is which. And this one is going to be the blue one. X-ray. Need to take the blank data cards off this side of the belt and put them on this side. I think I'll just remove that for now. Blank data cards flow like water. I don't really care if they go back to the mall or something. Okay, we're gonna have to take this stuff off the belt for now. A Hey, Sigma Bean. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. I have been watching another streamer do this without LTN, and it certainly looks much more difficult. Absolutely. LTN has its own learning curve, but I was actually watching MyClat earlier. Yeah, like, if I was going to do basically the same thing, but without LTN, my rail blocks would have to be a lot bigger because we can't combine stations at all. Well, maybe we could pick up, like, every type of scrap with one train and then filter it at the destination, for example. But other than something like that, except for when you have a block like this, it's gonna be a lot more stations. Or you're just gonna have to do less in a single block. He had blank data cards running throughout the base because he can't do multiple drop-offs and stuff. Ouch. Yeah, I mean, that's sort of... I mean, remember doing the main bus version of this? We had to have, like, junk data cards going... and blank data cards going all the way back over here, over here, over here, through all this, and all the way back up to the top of the base to get processed. Dealing with the junk outputs becomes infinitely easier with LTN rail blocks. Okay, so the only thing I'm left wondering here is, can we fit all 7? Not quite. 1, 2, 3... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... Wait, can we? 1, 2... We need 7 splitters, don't we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think we need one more splitter here. But we could do it like this. Or we could move this over one tile as well. That would probably help. Might look a little bit neater. I have to make sure that occupies a specific side of the belt. So we may or may not need that bit of belt there. LTN is so good. You have priorities, network segregation, LTN manager. Yep, absolutely. Speaking of which, I haven't actually tried to see if LTN manager doesn't crash anything since I updated, so maybe we can use it now. I'll do another backup and give it a try tomorrow. Okay, so this needs to be... The visible observation frames need to be on the left side of the belt. Currently they are on the right side. So we'll just keep that bit of belt there. So this is going to go down here. And this one's going to go down here. Like so. That's unfortunate. I think we'll connect it like this. This one. Like so. Actually, that's gonna go over here. Let's just double check we're only going to need half a belt of any one. Well, it's going to be way less than... Yeah, even if we double this, it's only 6.8 per second for any given resource. That's going to be easy enough to deal with. And the other two inputs are going to come over here. We're going to have the exact same thing on this side, albeit the belt is facing the other direction. It would probably be easier if we turn the belt around so that they're both going clockwise. You get alerts to anomalies logged and easy to review. See which station is complaining and not enough resources. You can also sort by surface. That sounds amazing. Yeah, I saw just a glance of someone else using it a while ago, and I knew immediately I had to have it, but like, unfortunately when I used it, we got a crash. Maybe it was because I was using an old version, but I don't think Factorio would have let me download an incompatible version, right? With the version that I'm using. Okay, so that is going there. Wait, let me guess. There's going to be a tier 4 of these, and this isn't going to fit later on. Oh well, what are we going to do? Stinkies? Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Okay. So the circuitry is going to be thus. The only problem with this is we can't read what's on the splitter part of the belt. But I think if we just read all of this, it's going to be indicative enough of how many items of each type we've got. So we're going to say... It had trouble a year ago. Don't know about your case though. We'll see. So we're just going to connect like this. And this one's going to say visible. We'll just go with equals 0 to start with. See if that's enough to keep up with the machines. And if it's not, and there's plenty of space left on the belt, which there should be if it's not enough to keep up, we'll just start bumping those numbers up. We could make things a bit easier to tweak if we put down a constant combinator. We'll put a red wire connecting all of these. And we'll just have M for maximum. Start with 0. So if visible observation data is, let's say, less than M, M will be 1 to start with. And copy paste, change the types of cards, UV, microwave, X-ray, and the next two are radio wave. We'll double check this later. Actually, I'll leave these two blank so that we have to set them when we bring those resources in. And put this over here. Okay. the other thing is we need to split this and bring it across. What would be the best way to do that? Oh, and last but not least, we'd also need the blank data codes to connect somewhere. I think they can probably just do it like this. Should be totally fine. So that one is just read, so that isn't going to block the blank data cards. Never mind connecting this one up. I just want to test, see what kind of consistency for each resource we get on the belt here. It's going to put a few at a time onto the belt at first, but there seems to be enough of a gap. Yeah, I think this will be okay. I wouldn't be too surprised, considering just how slow the individual resources are, if this is going to be enough. And you can see the red lights, green lights on these, preventing more resources being put on. Okay. I also want to... I can't flip this, right? Oh, I can. But I don't actually want to flip it. Let's put this... 3, 4... I just want to use that as a guide. And we're going to make this symmetrical. Or close to it. So that is 9 tiles, and that is 9 tiles. And bonus points, if we set it up like this, we could put different constants for each of these belts and see which one breaks first. So... this goes here. This goes here. This doesn't actually go anywhere. Yeah, that's not going to be consistent across the two builds. We'll worry about that later. Do we actually have any of these data cards yet? The last two? Radio wave and gamma ray. We made the frames, but I don't think we turned data cards yet. Okay, we just add a icon so we know what this is. Oh, and yeah, that's why we made these blocks over here, because I want the builds to make those data cards right next to the frames. Okay. So this is going to be... radio wave observation data and gamma ray observation data. Radio wave on this side. observation, gamma ray observation on this side. Such a similar color. Gamma ray observation. And copy this over here. The latching will continue until the spiders have finished placing signals. So now we just need to have some splitters. So that's actually just 1, 2, 3, 4 belts. I think it makes the most sense if this one starts here. And that goes there. We'll see how that looks. If they run into each other or anything. That might be a bit too... Oh, that'll work. Maybe I should have had these go to the left, so it'll be a cleaner start. It's gonna be like this. That one's just gonna be a bit of belt directly. This one, and this one, and this one, I suppose. That's going to the wrong place. I think we will do that like so. And this one, in keeping with that aesthetic. We also need this to go here. So that's going to be the last two cards, radio wave and gamma. Radio on the left, gamma on the right. I think we'll copy this across. And then we just have to belt things. You need to use the bottom belt to an underground and the top belt to input to the sushi. Bottom belt to the underground and top belt to the sushi. Yes, that is what we're doing, I think. So this is going to go here. It's going to go there. We might add some undergrounds to tidy it up a bit. And this slot are going to go here. I mean, on the splitters that input into the sushi. On the splitters that input into the sushi from the train stations. So we're doing radio wave on the left, observation on the right. It all just shares one belt ultimately. Comes down here, splits to here, and then we're going to send it to the other ones, and then it splits those two onto these two bits of belt. The ones you have as ghosts currently. The horizontal ones. Oh, this is going to be... we could... That was close. We can bring this through like that. And I'm sure we're going to have room somewhere to squeeze in. Maybe not with the pipe. We might have to use some underground pipe to make sure we've got room for the blank data cards to get on the inside of the belt. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. I may as well set up this station now. So what are we asking for? 8.1k. Stack size 160. Radio wave. And gamma ray. Might have ended up cleaner if we did the blank cards coming from the middle. It's not too late. It's fine. Radio wave, gamma ray. And let's make sure LTN knows what we've got. This is already good to go. I'll get these blank data cards out of my hands. Okay, what's next? We need to bring the blank data cards across as well. So we'll need a splitter right about here. That's unfortunate. We could maybe do this instead. Also, I need that to be... Where can I copy this from? Here we go. Need to not have items stuck on the belt until the end of time. Fantastic. Wait, what even is this? That's not gonna make any sense. So that should just be belt. And we might have to move our blank data card thing here. I think we will have to do that. Oh, no we don't. Okay. How much of this can we just copy-paste on this side, I wonder? A bit more straightforward. Obviously, these ones don't need to split. That needs to get there somehow. Okay, blank data. Let's do this one first. Yeah, that's actually fine. This part needs to change. Something like this. Or is it this one, actually? Move that over a bit. Yeah, that'll work pretty well. Okay. This one also needs to do the thing where it goes back down. That doesn't go there. That seems fine. This one's going to be in the way. We could maybe just build this up here. This goes here. That works out pretty well. I don't think we're going to have any trouble fitting the data cards after all this. I suspect. We need that one to split down here. Also, this one goes here. Hope that's right. It looks like it's right. Okay. And I wonder if this could look tidier. I'm sure it could. That's wrong, actually. That would go there. Alright, so blank data cards. I've already got that one sorted out. I'm sure we can fit this through here. Split. I don't mind if that doesn't line up with the others, because it's sort of different from all of them. That's not going to work. Hey, Mr. Navka, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much. I'm gonna have to go through here, which is fine. And last one is going to be pretty straightforward, actually. Fantastic. Does anyone remember why we sent our spiders up here? Oh, that's right. They were building the block that we're going to be putting the other data cards in. Let's get them to finish placing a few of these signals, and back down here to finish these belts. Okay, so now we actually need to get these data cards working, because that's going to be some nice sushi. Also, we have some pipe that we need to connect again. 15 is one tile too long. Unfortunate. Couple of 7s. There, this goes here. Ish. That's already connected to the output. Fantastic. Let's go... Can we do a 5er? Oops. It's not too bad. I can definitely live with that. Okay, so that's a 5er, that's a 5er. How long is this? 9. It's close enough. And then 9, 10, 11, 12. Underground pipe goes here. No T intersection at the end, I think. And the spiders are just in time. Oh, I still need to... Uh-oh. I still need to clear this bit of the belt. Oh, no. Oh, that's the output. No, that's fine. I don't need to touch that at all. Let's just put those back where they'll sort themselves out. And, oh my goodness. Majagus, thank you very much for the Prime sub. And the 5,000 bits. And Katho, thank you very, very much for the 10 gifted subs. Much appreciated, thank you. And the 5,000 bits as well. I think I misread that slightly. Thank you, Katho, for the 5,000 bits. Much appreciated. And that's our sushi. I think that's working. And I'm pretty sure stopping it from putting more of whatever resource on, if we detect just one of that resource in this space, is probably going to be fast enough to keep up with these machines. But if it isn't, we can just increase that number. And as you can see, we've still got plenty of space on the side of the belt. We also only need, what is it, 7 times 1.7? 0.7 times 7. 11.9, less than half of a belt. So if the half of the belt with the various data cards is half saturated, it's going to be enough to keep up with these machines. Okay. So, we've got everything else. We need these new data cards. I'm pretty sure... Oh, the output fluid hasn't been connected over here. That's the only thing remaining. Fantastic. What length of pipe? 9. Perfect. Very good. Alright, let's head up and start building one of our last 2 prerequisites for this new sushi. Also... Oh. I was going to say, why do we have astrometric data sitting on this belt, but it's because of how we did our output earlier. We really should just do a merge and split for this. How much are we going to get with the current beacon setup. 136 per second. More than 3, just barely more than 3 belts. We've obviously got plenty of room here, so we'll do a 4-to-4 splitter. Once we... I forgot to get in my speedy spider. Back it comes. There's probably something else I should be checking on right now. Oh, okay, never mind. I was gonna say, but I just feel like doing space things, but we should... It's a little bit time sensitive that we make sure we remove biters. So let's do that. There's a little nest over here. So we definitely haven't run out of them. The damaged stone suggests to me that we had... Yeah, some biter stuff got destroyed here earlier. I think that was the pulverizer. I mean, the pile driver. I'm just going to aim for the ones that I can see relatively easily. We're just aiming to reduce the amount of resources we have to put into clearing them out with the pile driver here. And we'll double check on Nalvis that the pile driver is still auto-targeting, aimed at this planet. Looks like we're running out of targets, which is good. So this is Pelto. I really need to update my bookmarks. Gorbia Pelto. It is currently still firing. SE missed one, southeast. Okay. Is this it? No, that's just south, isn't it? Well, let's send the spiders there anyway. Southeast. I see a little tiny thing here. Another one here. That's southwest. Good point. Southeast. I'm not seeing it. Doesn't mean it's not there. Oh, there it is. Good old red on red. Alright, that's enough of that for now. Let's check on... Let's put them in the robo network. Let's check on... Gorgira? Much easier to see the biters at this planet. And we'll get our military spiders. How many rockets do they have? All of them? Pretty much. Oh, that's actually quite a few biter nests. Okay, we're gonna have to give this planet a few minutes of attention. I did see that little bit of radar showing this biter nest here. Probably means that we just fired a shot at it. So I'm pretty sure the pile drivers are still working. Make sure you keep holding shift, otherwise it will get rid of your entire spider movement thing if you just clicked when it autosaved sometimes. Yeah, this is a bit concerning. How much pollution are we making? Whoa! Okay, that's on a whole other scale from what I was expecting. That's actually pretty scary. So we really need to make sure we clear the biters on this planet. It looks like we mostly have, except for in that direction where I was just looking. Let's use the nav set randomly around this area. It's looking pretty good. So hopefully we're closer to clearing this planet than I thought. Still gotta be diligent. Otherwise the first we hear of it, spiders are gonna have eaten everything. We do have rockets in the construction spiders, so it's not all that bad. But even so. And we'll just double check. I think I saw it already. This one is indeed aimed at Gildear. Okay. We're in our... Nope, nope, nope. Let's actually get in the spider first. You can tell you're in the spider because Afraid of the Dark stops working. It seems to be working pretty well still. 19,000 of each resource in these chests. Fantastic. Okay. Which should we do first? Gamma... Oh, it's exactly the same build, isn't it? The only thing that changes is the rate. So... Why don't we just copy-paste this again? I don't think we have another... Oh, here it is. That's actually pretty much the same build, except we used two different output stations. Oh, and we ended up modifying it because one was so much slower than the other. How fast is gamma ray? 5.09 seconds, 3.6 seconds. And X-ray, 5.09. Microwave, 4.5. Well, whatever the case, it's backed up. I think we'll just copy-paste this. And that'll be those two data cards. Most likely. Okay, let's turn this off. And turn this one off. Set our recipes. Which one was the slower one? I think it was gamma. Yep, so this one's going to be gamma. Final product, junk data, scrap. Just like the other recipes. Let's move the spiders out of the way. Alright, what kind of rate do we get out of this? We need 158 gamma ray observation frames per second. We do have the two drop-offs for them, which we ended up doing in a weird way. Yes, that's gamma ray. Yeah, that'll be fine. And this part should be... none. Why is this set to none? Oh, I think I remember. Yeah, that should be fine. This one's generic. The other one is radio. Should have a similar-ish rate. 8.4 output, 84 in. That should be fine. Okay. And this is also radio. So we're requesting 64K radio and 64K gamma. And this one, 64K gamma. Everything else can stay the same, except for the station name. Radio and gamma. Switch on the combinators. And change the output station names. This is radio. This is gamma. Wait, what? Oh, I see. Yeah, one belt should be enough. 44.8 per second, actually. I think we probably had the same thing happen over here. 44.8 per second, yep. So that's gamma pickup, and this will be still scrap and jump data card. Alright, here comes our first delivery. We're not getting gamma because we don't have gamma ray detectors yet. So we need Cryonite Slush. I sort of want to set up Cryonite Slush to be delivered to these blocks. I think I'll move that roboport, probably. And take your pick, but we'll have a double fluid output at one of these stations. I'm thinking heavy oil because that'll be the one that has the least demand. So put this over here perhaps. This goes here. This is going to be Novice Orbit, Night Slush. We're going to have... Actually, I'll put this over here. I have a machine emptying barrels. Empty Cryonite Slush barrel. We need to set the pumps to only activate based on one or the other fluid that's being asked for. So this is heavy oil greater than 0. And this is Cryonite Slush greater than 0. Fantastic. We just need to pump it over there. This seems convenient. This seems very convenient. Oh, it's one tile short. Close enough. So this is going to be heavy oil and Cryonite Slush. Is this mod well balanced? I would say so. Ancient Phoenix Dark? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Okay, last but not least, we need to blacklist, filter inserter. We need to remove everything except for slush barrel. And put it on this belt here. Oh, and also, in case there's a crash, we're going to have a storage chest with a filter for Cryonite Slush barrel. It's going to bring stuff back without any logistic bots, just the construction bots. Depends on how you define balanced, I guess. It creates now new logistical problems for you to solve, absolutely. It does make you very powerful against the biters relatively early. Once you've got a jetpack and rocket launcher, you can deal with the early biters pretty easily. Where was that sushi that we just finished? Here it is. Just want to put these cards back. Let's see. Visible is this first one. I'm just gonna play it safe and set even distributions delay up to 5 seconds. Since I don't want to have to repeat this. One of the chests is out of the robo network. Okay, good to know. Thank you. Wow, 5 seconds is a lot longer than I thought it was. Infrared is here, 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 and here. Yeah, I'm thinking 2 or 3 seconds would be more than enough, actually. I mean, I've been doing it successfully most of the time with half a second. But that's just ever so slightly stressful. I want to just get this done right now. X-ray goes in the last one. And that just leaves microwave. And one of the nice things about even distribution is you can have it rebalance these chests if they weren't already. Fantastic. Alright, back to half a second with you. Let's go find this, looking at the wrong thing. This one, isn't it? It's 2 tiles out, so I can't do it with this robobot. Can I reach all of them with one robo? I think so, maybe. Fantastic. Okay. I think we're now just going to copy paste. Why are we missing scaffolding again? Copy paste this over there. Spiders to build it. And I think we'll have them go back to the mall after that. Thank you, Mr. Nafka. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. How many hours have you put into this save? Yes. We're creeping towards a month, actually. That does include time spent doing Zen garden kind of maintenance and fixing things while I have a show on in the background or something, but still. All the hours, indeed. Okay. So now we have a place for Cryonite Slush barrels. We need to make that on Nalvis somewhere. And I'm thinking... Well, I deliberately left room to double this in the same block. So maybe not here, actually. Although I seriously doubt we need to double our barreling setup. Let's be a little bit lazy. We'll add a station here. And we'll take some empty barrel. How quickly are we going to need Cryonite Slush? 5 Cryonite Slush per gamma ray detector. That's not a whole lot. I found that Factorio and all kinds of similar logical creative games counter anger very much. Become so peaceful. It's definitely a pretty meditative kind of game, yes. There can be a few moments of frustration, but for the most part, Factorio doesn't make you upset. A mess? Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. So I want to steal some barrels from here. Actually, I'd need to do a fluid drop-off as well. I think we will just build this somewhere else. Yeah. I think we'll do a little bit of a lazy build for this. I could even do it at the mall if I really wanted to, but I don't. Shield. We've still made exactly 4 energy shield Mark IIs, and I find that very, very strange. It's just been that long since we had iridium plate delivered to the mall. I think we might actually not have a request for iridium plate, and some of it just ended up there by coincidence. Arcane Phoenix Dark, thank you for the follow. You could use the better Thermofluid recipe with the slush. Is it that much better? Thermofluid... We're using the one with Cryonite. Oh, that's the one for the negative 100? Or negative 273? I'm not too concerned about that, to be honest. I mean, with the recipe that doesn't use slush, we don't lose any Thermofluid. The slush is just faster. Yeah, I mean, that's basically paying slush for what we could do with electricity. So I'm not really overly keen on that one. No, I think I will do what I was thinking of over here before. It's going to be easier. And we can always change it later on. So we're going to... Let's see. Start with this. I need a station first. Start with a loader. We could do the cryonite... Sorry, not cryonite. We need to drop off both cryonite and sulfuric acid to make this work. So I think we'll do that over here. Let's add a... Well, I actually have no idea how fast this is going to be. I don't think we'll need a beacon to keep up. Although I am a bit surprised at how quickly we're making barrels right now. Okay. It takes no time to actually do the barreling recipe. That part we don't need a beacon for. Alright, so we're gonna go with... We don't need, like, the steel drop-off. It's just cryonite. We need chemical plants. That's the part that's gonna be different. Let's get a feel for how fast or slow this is going to be. Cryonite Slush. Rod Champ. And without a beacon, we're looking at only 11 per second. How many things does Cryonite Slush go into? This is 2 ways to make it. There's actually only 1 way to make it. Okay, we can make lubricant in order to pay more sulfuric acid instead of heavy oil. I don't think I like that. We can make ice. We're already doing that. 5 goes into gamma ray detector. That's why we're doing this. Chlorite slush barrel, obviously. We could, and the other 2 are just thermofluids. So literally the only reason we're doing this is gamma ray detectors. You know, mandala Buddhistical sand painting process is pretty similar to such kind of games. Is that kind of like a Zen garden? So this might already be enough. Have you watched Samsara 2011? They made one and then destroyed it. It sounds terrible. If it's what I think it is. No destroying a Zen garden. Let's go with... how much do we need per second, Cryonite? Less than 1. Let's do a lazy unloader. I know where it's going to line up with the station because this. That's some stack filters. Oops. The point of a mandala is the impermanence of it, so destroying it is natural. Okay then. What are we doing? Rhino? Fantastic. Let's make this a drop-off. This will be a pickup. We also need sulfuric acid. I don't know if I left enough room here. I didn't. Okay, we're moving the whole thing down a little bit. Okay. So we're gonna have pumps and storage tanks and pipe. And then we need to barrel this stuff. Actually, we need the physical input as well. Which would be the best way to lay this out? The physical input is really slow, so it's long arms. And we'd have to... It's only a fluid output. Okay, cool. So that is gonna split this way. Should do this. And down here. Perfect fit. And then we have some... What's the rate of sulfuric acid? Really, really slow. Like, really, really, really slow. That's cool. So that's gonna go here. Make that like so. And here as well. Fantastic. They'll spend weeks making the sand mandalas and then destroying it. We need to barrel this stuff. Keep forgetting. So... probably a couple of these is way more than enough. Let's barrel slush. And what's our ratio here? One barreling machine is way more than enough. Way more than enough. If anything, it should probably be like a single tier 1 assembly machine. Actually, I don't think those can use fluids. Anyway, I don't think we need any bacon on this one. Nope. Can we squeeze this belt through here? Yes, but... let's round off this corner a little bit. Output, we're just going to do like this. Split this off from here. Bring it down this way. Fantastic. I think we need a stack inserter to keep up with the barrels, but on the other hand, this thing's going to be so much faster than we need. We should connect a wire here and here as well. Fantastic. Missed the top left corner of the pipes, like this. Thank you. Okay. That's looking pretty good. We're going to be requesting Cryonite. Just enough to trigger a train delivery since it's so slow. And fluid is sulfuric acid. And we'll update the station name. Cryonite, sulfuric acid. Switch that on. This thing should already be working. We can update the name. Barrel of slush. And then we just add it to our barrel launcher. Slush barrel goes in this rocket, which means it goes in this this train stop. Cryonite Slush barrel stacks to 10, so 5,000 is a full cargo rocket. We seem to be missing some cargo rocket sections. That's a little bit of a worry. We're missing rocket control units. We're missing red circuits. Uh-oh. Red circuits seem to be in motion. We're missing copper for this one. And we're missing copper for this one. I think that's all of our red circuit builds. Okay. Whatever happened to our practically infinite supply of cargo rocket sections? We have 1.3k here. Okay, so this is full. That's definitely available. Okay, that was silly of me. Let's fix this. I forgot this green wire isn't connected to the robot network. And I changed it and set the provide stack threshold too high to take advantage of these cargo rocket sections. How many do we have left? Cargo 1.9 thousand. That's 19 rocket launches. Late game copper seems to get vacuumed, absolutely. We've set up a bunch of giant copper mines, but they don't last all that long. Well, this one is. We do have a bunch of big copper mines that we could tap. They're getting pretty distant from the base, but I could definitely spend some time off stream making a bunch of copper mines. What I'd prefer is to have a copper core fragment planet, but they are incredibly far away and incredibly full of biters. The second one is both of those things. This one's bigger, It has less biter density, but it's bigger and it's waterless, so we'd be committing to an interstellar planet that's full of biters that we can't get. We can't fortify an island. Yeah, not my idea of a great time. Is this stuck? How did this happen? Rocket fuel? Really? Alright, construction spiders. I need you to remove those, and we'll undo it once you've picked them up. I really have no idea how that train had rocket fuel stuck in the back of it. You can pick out the rocket fuel from the nav set. Yeah, but it wouldn't fix the inserters that are sticking out here. Actually, we can do it this way. It's a little bit of a nuisance, but as long as there isn't a train coming really quick, that'll sort things out. Oh, there is a train coming. Or is that the one that left? Nope, there's also a train coming. So, as you can see, if it arrives with the train being empty, the precise loader works. So we haven't been making vulcanite this whole time. That's suboptimal. I have all of my depots set up to empty trains, even if they somehow come back with resources. So theoretically, that should never happen. We did find a bug in one of the depots not that long ago, but we fixed it and checked them all, and where do you have no path to? Oh. Need to add a... We did add the signals here, we just forgot to actually send the spiders over. Okay, where are they now? They were picking this junk up. Let's get them to get the rest first. And remember to put these signals here, and then we'll have a whole lot more oil. That'll help. Did we get this build finished? Looks like we did. Products finished 16. That's not a whole lot. So we need 5,000 barrels to trigger an automatic launch of this rocket right here. Novice Orbit Cryonite Slush. Thank you for the follow, Escalith. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. I see we got our cargo rocket sections delivered. That's good. And thank you for the follow, Thurim. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well also. Okay. I hope nothing else is broken while we haven't been looking. Let's make sure all of these are flowing. Looks good. Fulminite is flowing. Cryonite is probably working fine, it's just really slow, and we haven't needed it to be fast yet. I've been procrastinating improving our Cryonite outpost for a long time now. Not only is it just the one core fragment, core mining drill, bottlenecked on a couple of delivery cannons, but the solar power has also slowly been chipped away at by meteors. Gonna take a long time to get 5k barrels. We can send the rocket early though. That's not that big of a deal. What are you doing? You're trying to pick up solar panels. What? What? Oh, you're trying to empty solar panels. And there's no more room in this robot network. Okay, you can just stop bringing glass and solar panels here. It's fine. I need to put some time into dismantling the old base properly as well. Oh, here's those fancy belts that we still can't make. Let's deconstruct green circuits. I think we're getting that from the rail network still. Okay. Did we get final product here? Yes, good. What about here? Did we not switch this on? We did. We got radio wave, but not... Of course, we don't have gamma. That's what we were working on. We also don't have blank data cards here yet. So that's not great. We are making more blank data cards, though. At a pretty good pace, actually. Those belts are giga expensive? I bet they are. Alright, I am going to take a short break. Back in a few minutes. In the meantime, have a not surprise commercial so that you don't get a surprise commercial at some point. And whatever you do, don't spam viewer rewards that cause sound effects while I'm gone. That would be bad. Okay. Back in a few minutes.
Nope. Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Yes, I was muted, except I knew it this time. Just hydrating a little bit there. Welcome back, thank you. Okay, let's continue, shall we? As we continue to spam, material science. Maybe I should have set my limits on these various sciences a little bit lower. Oh well. What are we up to here? That's right, we were doing Cryonite Slush barrels. Looks like we just received some barrel, but it crashed. That's why we've got robo networks around all of the cargo landing pads. That's not the build I'm looking for. What do we have here? 88 Cryonite Slush barrels. I said we probably wouldn't need a beacon, but I don't want to wait forever. Why is... Oh, that's my mistake. I forgot to tell LTN how much sulfuric acid we have here. Fortunately, on Nauvis, we've actually got a dedicated fluid depot that reclaims fluids that we would otherwise have trouble figuring out where to put. I haven't done the same thing on Nauvis Orbit. Theoretically, we should never need it, but obviously things like that do happen, and then you have to figure out where to dump a fluid. Could always make a sort of storage block for it to take care of that. What are you waiting for? Speed module... Oh, that's supposed to say speed module 6. There you go. I don't even need this bit of circuitry here. I don't know exactly why I put it there. Maybe it's just because I wanted to test that out. Oh, in this case it is actually necessary though. And this one is not needed at all. Fantastic. Now, how many Cryonite Slush barrels do we have now? We had 88 a minute ago. 212. Okay, then. We're not bottlenecking on this thing, I assume. Not even close. Yeah, it's just waiting for fluid. So we're getting 101 Cryonite Slush per second. And it looks like it's going to be very, very consistent. 5,000 barrels is 50 times... It is 50, isn't it? Yep. 50 times 5,000 is 250,000 Cryonite Slush. Divided by 100. Divided by 60. We're looking at 40... Probably about 40 minutes. Before we launch our rocket, if we leave it all running manually. I might just let it get up to 8,000 or so, and we'll do a manual launch. I probably should have set that up sooner because our whole Astroscience 3 is waiting on it now. Name in base? Sure, let's go. Did any... No one else redeemed that while I wasn't here, right? That would be too sneaky. Put me on Nalvis? Okie dokie. Where should we go for Nalvis? I could put names back at this old place where I keep coming back to for no reason. Then I have to destroy all this stuff, which I don't feel like doing yet. I would say in the ocean, except who knows how much nuclear power we want to build eventually. I've been putting off, I really want to make a bigger nuclear plant. The more of these nuclear reactors you chain together, the more efficient it gets. Although you get diminishing returns capping out towards 400%, and this is already 350%. I think it's, I can actually check, I think I screenshot it. We've got 8 nuclear reactors here, that gives us 350% efficiency. If we go for 16, it's 375, so it doesn't get that much better. So, where should we put some names? I'm not sure, but I think we should place the rest of those volume accumulators. How about... We've got some kind of empty space near the mall. I don't think that's going to be very good, actually. Solar panel name? Maybe. I need to put it somewhere that I'm not going to want to clear at some point. We've got tons of space for more nuclear plants over there, and we can keep the same logistics set up. I would have to use landfill if I do it in the ocean. This is just slightly too cramped. Okay, I'm thinking about here would make sense. Let's bring... Oh, the spiders didn't even get where they're going yet. Good to see vulcanite still flowing. Are we getting any vulcanite blocks down here? We are. Fantastic. What about the other two? We've got 20k vulcanite here. That's excellent. And 10k here. Nice. So we're not... we're using vulcanite for all of our smelting now, I think, if those 3 Omni smelters are getting vulcanite. And we are perhaps making a not trivial amount of rocket fuel from it as well. Maybe? Okay, our spiders are approaching the place we want them to go. I was thinking of maybe concrete. We can give it a try. But the background is probably a bit too inconsistent. I don't have the spiders carrying hazard concrete or anything. I think they've got stone brick? No. Do they even have concrete? Probably should have thought of that. Alright, I think we're going flat solars this time. Let's remove this random power pole art piece. So we're going for Sigma Bean. How big is that going to be in flat solars? Maybe not too bad, actually. We could do a digital style. Perhaps. Okay, so far so good, except that this should be down one more tile. And we'll just go for an eye like so. G. Maybe like this. M, we'll see how much space that's going to take up. Maybe... I don't know how much I like that M. How big is your save file? It's approaching half a gig. Yes, Caliph. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. This solar panel is a little bit off. And... probably start by copying that. Actually... we're obviously not going to have room for bean here, so let's throw out some landfill, move this stuff over a bit. Not affixed with font boo. I see how it is. I'm hoping the spiders have enough landfill for this part. And cut this and move it over here. I mean, the question is what Sigma Bean thinks of the font. I think we'll start with the S. To figure out what B is going to look like. Do you ever play Crustorio 2? I did once, quite a while ago. It was... pacing was very slow. Also, we had some other mods, like roads, for example. We started making a grid of roadblocks, which is like this, but a lot easier. I think that's a good start. Let's do that. Now we need an E. Seems good. Would it seem better with this trimmed? I don't think so. And can we fit an N? I think so, probably. We might need to... That's an N, right? Okay. Could we do better with the M, though? I'm not sure how. Let's put this here. And... this can go here. I've got enough for 2 more base redeems. Nice. Okay. What do you think of that? I could move this a little bit. I wish you could just drag these, tags around a little bit. So goes here. Mod is only 4.4 meg in size. Is it? I don't know how big the mod is. No, that can't be right. Space exploration. There's a lot of art. It's not just code changes. There we go. It's actually pretty readable from far away. Okay. I should probably be sitting in my spider and also have my personal logistics set up so that I don't suffocate because I'll have life support. Either one of those things would prevent suffocation. One 10 meg after unpack. The mod is. Okay. There's multiple parts to space exploration and one is dedicated to the graphics. Yeah. Space exploration's got a lot of its own art. I can't imagine pressing all of that down to like 4 meg. Or at least you could, but you'd have less visual fidelity than most people are happy to accept in games these days. Isn't there like 5 mod packs just for graphics? Yes, I think so. Let's add these before I forget what we've got here. I believe it was gamma ray that was faster. Yes. And radio wave data goes here. Okay, how are we looking for those barrels? 1.1k. That's good compared to how... I mean, that's great compared to how quickly we're going to need them overall, but that's terrible for getting them in a rocket. Should we just force a delivery? Why don't we go request stack threshold 1. Provide stack threshold 1. And wait till the train goes. Okay, here comes our train. It's going to have a very short trip after it picks this up. Just up, down, and around. We got another crash from the barrel planet. Fantastic. Or at least half of it. At least half of it was put directly into the cargo landing pad. Looks like. How are we doing for... I'm actually curious, how many aeroframe scaffolds have we produced? All time 300k. Alright. Except we're not seeing a very reliable flow of it. It goes in here. Okay, in space at least we've got enough aeroframe scaffolds if this isn't launching right now. That's excellent news. I think I had this set as a higher priority as well. So we can stop doing that, and we can start having some aeroframe scaffolds delivered to make low-density structures. Nice. I don't think we're getting close to bottlenecking on this block just yet. The amount of barrel in these chests, and oh, we have electricity problems. Uh-oh. Looks like the accumulators crashed pretty late into the night, actually. We should probably spam a few more accumulators. We currently have... Oh. We currently have 0. Where did they go? I thought we had a lot of Holmanite accumulators. Oh, that reminds me. Well, just bumping into this reminds me. We need to keep deconstructing the chests in this old block so we can make use of it. Are you guys carrying Holmanite accumulators? Let's bring them down this way. They are perhaps not, actually. Oh, they do have some. Okay. And I'm guessing the rest are sitting in a rocket somewhere. We've got 3,000 here, so we're not completely out of them just yet. We also have 2.2k here. We had about 8k earlier, yep. I hope I haven't accidentally been regularly sending them to a planet or something. Oh, no, that's fine. Doesn't look like it. This one's manual launch, so we don't have to worry about that. Okay. Did we stop making... Oh, we're still making them. I didn't cancel holmium accumulators being delivered here, surely? Nope. Just kind of lost track of thousands of holmium accumulators. Okay. Let's check on our moons with the biters. There's a few nests over here. And once we've done that, we'll see about sending those barrels. There's lots of nests. They're kind of hard to see, but they're big enough that they sort of stand out a little bit out of the corner of my eye. Once again, it seems like most of the nests that we're aware of are in one general direction. Okay. Back to base after that, I think. And that was Palto, was it? Yes. Morgira. You can see a bunch of nests at a glance. which is not what I want. Let's go over here. I'll just check that they've got rockets. They should have plenty. They're getting a bit lower on rockets, actually. But it should still be enough. Even the lasers are probably enough to deal with that without zigzagging. But I'd rather not take unnecessary risks with my spiders. Once again, they all seem to be concentrated in one general direction. I might consider making it a standard part of the outpost, that we bring stuff that we can use to make rockets. Actually, rockets are just explosives, green circuits, and iron plate, which we have. And I did include something to put a little bit of everything into the robo network. Repetitive beats. Thanks for the bunk, I guess. Why do we have a filter for uranium here? Set filters. Okay, here it is. We're not using uranium this time. I think scanning Palto is eating your UPS. We can check. UPS while we sit in the space map is hovering at 25, 26. Yeah, I don't think it's making that much of an impact. But you are right that I should have turned it off. How many barrels do we have now? 1.6k. Alright then. Let's change this back to stack size 160. I guess if you scan the surface, it doesn't do anything. Yeah, it either doesn't do anything or doesn't do much if you've already scanned the whole thing. Alright, we'll wait for those barrels to get into the rocket, and then we'll launch it manually. So we've actually got 166 stacks already. Away we go. Fantastic. And meanwhile on Navis orbit, one of these two cargo landing pads, probably the one on the left since I made that first, is going to be receiving slush barrels. Oh, it's the one on the right. And how quickly do we unload it? The answer is yes. Just keeps flickering between 3,000 and 0 per second on the pump. Oh, did we bring enough for 100k? I think I remember calculating like a whole rocket was 100k. 2,000 barrels is 100k. And I think we brought like 1.6 thousand. So we're going to have to play with the settings here in order to get it to deliver. Request threshold 10k. I think the empty barrels aren't outputting quickly enough. Yeah, there's only so much we can do about that without really going overboard. We've got 3 stack inserters for insert and 3 stack inserters for output. It's going to be the same rate regardless. I guess we could maybe go 4. It claims... no, it's actually 4.3 that we would need to go full speed. But in any case, it is going to massively outpace the actual production of barrels that gets sent up here, so I'm fine with that, actually. Yeah, see, we've already consumed all the barrels. And even if we had just an infinite spawner for barrels down there, the amount of time that it takes the rocket to get here, to rebuild the rocket, to refuel the rocket, it's not going to bottleneck on that. In fact, maybe it was really overkill for me to have this many stack inserters, but I'm not too worried about that, to be honest. So here we have enough cryonite to trigger a delivery, since I dropped down the provide threshold, and the request threshold as well. Was that it? Nope, that is... That's why it's not delivering it right now. It's delivering chemical gel. Okay. Did it actually pick up only 55,000? The answer is yes. Fantastic. Could maybe bump up the train limit on this, though. I think the... Oh, right. Misread that. Okay, can we get the Cryonite? How much do we need? Actually, 5 Cryonite Slush becomes 1 gamma ray detector. So 1 barrel becomes 10 of these. 5 barrels for a stack. The barrels themselves stack to 10. So 1 stack becomes 2 stacks of this. So a train load of Cryonite Slush barrels becomes 2 train loads of multispectral mirrors. But we sent up a bit less than half a train load. I wish I'd waited just a little bit longer to send those barrels. If we just waited for 400 more of them, everything would be getting sent automatically. But we really need to do something about this power. What is going on? Maybe I just built too many... I think I just put down too many, wide area beacons recklessly, to be honest. Beacon... 440 megawatts. Okay, that's not as bad as I thought. But even so, it's not good. We are really close to getting through the night with the accumulators. We're not stopping Wait, we're not running out of nuclear fuel or anything. Nope. We could always make another nuclear fuel plant. I actually have the ratio head. Oh, I forgot I'm in orbit as well, so it makes it slightly more difficult. Delete all the walls? The walls actually net produce power. They've got solar built into them. And they've also got power saving features for the big ones. So most of these... Wait, what? Oh, because the accumulators are doing unusual things. Also, those... Yeah, that's... The power switches look like they're set up correctly. But they're designed to switch on when this accumulator gets low enough. Also, this is supposed to be... I got a bit lazy here. This should be on its own power network that only connects if it's going to export power. But yeah, what we can do that's really quick and easy, that is going to help, especially because of this particular situation we found ourselves in, is just run a deconstruction planner over all of these laser turrets. And we're not going to have to pay for those power buys anymore. And we're not even going to have to go to any trouble to get our deconstruction spiders over there or anything. This one's already... I was working on deconstructing it. So here we have 1.1k laser turrets. Yeah, it's a domino effect. If power gets bad enough, power gets worse because the power management does the wrong thing here, and I should have had it on its own separate network. Okay, now we can really say that the walls are net producing power. How many is this? 1.9 thousand lasers? 2.3 thousand lasers? 693. And 105. I think that is probably going to be all it takes in the short term. I mean, let's look at the laser power consumption over the last 10 minutes or hour. Yeah, see that? Over the last 3 nights, the lasers have been consuming a lot more power. Because they're not supposed to... Those power switches normally wouldn't switch on. Okay. That should hopefully resolve our power issues for a short time. Thanks, Gifter. That is already gone for the sub. Indeed. I would also like to thank the Gifter again. And that was Katho. Much appreciated. Wait. That's what my memory tells me, but I want to be absolutely sure. Yeah. There we go. Alright. What are we doing now? I'll play with... I'd have to change the request threshold for the mirrors as well. Also, we're stuck on iridium plate. Let me just double check our iridium plate flow hasn't broken somehow. Varus is... You're joking. Now what? It's requesting cargo rocket sections that we're not sending it. Let's check the other ones before we look into that. Hornax is sending iridium by cannon. This is one of the reasons why cannons are so attractive. Much simpler, much less likely to break down somehow. I think those are our only 2 planets doing iridium. Varus is... We're loading cargo rocket set. We're just waiting on fuel. We've got a little bit of fuel here. Okay, this is actually really serious. The whole base is seriously bottlenecking on rocket fuel at this point. Although when I look here, we do have some liquid rocket fuel. Maybe I should bump up the priority on turning the vulcanite blocks into solid rocket fuel. We're going to lose some efficiency on smelting if we run out of vulcanite blocks there. But, like, at the moment we're not getting iridite because we don't have rocket fuel, so... I think this makes a lot of sense for now. Any way to recycle all the stuff you dismantle? Yeah, there's a few things we can do with recycling. Do I have a recycler here? Probably. Well, you can turn this stuff into landfill. I don't know why you'd want to do that. You can even turn big, medium, and small electric poles back into their constituent parts. I think you also deleted the rail at the south... at one of the south walls. I had a filter on so that I wouldn't do that. I think. There wasn't any rail here. Did I fix this? Yeah, I fixed it. I think I forgot to put signals here that... Oh, no. Okay, we're fixing this first. That should do it. Yeah, I think we're okay. I mean, all the lasers and walls usually get put into the logistics system, but there are recycler machines in SpaceX. Indeed. Should probably consider recycling all the old power balls and stuff. You can scrap empty barrels? Why would you do that when you can just turn it back into steel? 2 scrap gives us 10% chance twice for iron, copper, or stone, and heavy oil. So, on average, nothing. Or if you like, 20% of 1 iron, or something like that, versus 1 steel, which is like 5 iron if there's no productivity bonuses. You can balance core mining with that recipe by scrapping empty barrels. I mean, yeah, it would delete resources. It would make sense if you don't have anything that consumes steel to prevent backups. You could turn steel to oil. Indeed. You can also deconstruct space capsules. Of course, it's not terribly efficient. Okay. I'm thinking we should be concentrating on getting more crude oil as well. I did say, oh, we could go to all of these other moons and get crude oil core fragments and maybe add some solar to Mars so we get more of them from there. That's one way we can get crude oil. And considering that the crude oil pickups are getting further and further away, that's not the worst idea, but it probably makes more sense to just put pump jacks at every single oil patch on the planet first. Then again, that's a lot more work. I guess you just want to get rid of all the scrap sometimes very inefficiently. I mean, the way we do that is put it in a chest and shoot it with a cannon. Why did... Oh. What? Wait. 100,000 iron. Really? Yep. Our iron storage is in fact full. But 100,000 seems like a lot. Maybe there's a station somewhere that doesn't have this encoded network ID. I doubt it though. I did find a couple of uranium stations that were set up that way, unfortunately. I don't know why the bots didn't replace these chests. That's a bit of a worry. Yeah, it's not supposed to do this. I mean, it is, but it isn't. We're supposed to fill these chests with all of the other resources we're trying to delete. I wonder if I could add a condition that says we have to have green chests in the robot network, otherwise we don't fire the cannons. Should be pretty easy, actually. I think we just put a decider here, connect to that green wire. And connect it to this same thing here. We're gonna say if green chest less than 50. Well, how many green chests are here? 12. Let's say if green chest's less than 12, or less than 24 or something, then we output this to the same spot, which is gonna prevent the timer from moving. If you don't play with LTN, it's kind of hard to balance core mining. With that recipe, I turn iron into the rest. Conversely, if you include LTN in your playthrough, you're taking away from the challenge of this mod. I don't think... With Factorio settings, you choose your own challenges. We could have a lot more biters, but we don't. I could have giant chests and loaders, but I haven't done that this playthrough. That makes a lot of things easier. It would probably be a lot more UPS friendly as well, so maybe I should have done that. But, yeah, I've done my time not using LTN. I've tried many things trying to make a good rail system with Vanilla Factorio, and there's only so much you can do. Delivery, cannon, capsule, 1. If green chest less than, let's say, 24. So that, once they finish firing the rounds that are already loaded, that is going to keep this thing from firing until it does receive green chests. I think they get delivered up here. Now, why would we not have green chests? Buffer chest, 2,000. But there's 2,000 buffer chests here. And last I checked, we haven't touched anything, and our logistic network to LTN short station was working. What? Oh, that was trash. I thought it was delivering fish and wood and big power poles for a second there. Alright, let's send our construction spiders back home. So I've seen people without LTN complete the playthrough a lot faster than he has. A speedrunner, I am not. Oh, we actually finished picking that stuff up. Fantastic. Let's... Oh, there's more. Never mind. Yeah, I actually added a lot of spiders to our deconstruction gang, just because it takes a lot to pick up chests full of stuff. Alright, we'll leave them to their devices for a minute. How many barrels do we have now? Not enough to trigger a train delivery. We're getting there, I think. I know 7 stacks in each of these is more than a train load, but I think I miscalculated earlier. It's 1.6k, isn't it? So that means we should actually have enough cryonite to make this happen. How is it still not delivered any Cryonite Slush here? Request threshold 10k. Cryonite Slush, 120,000. And we have 11k times 8? Like 88,000 Cryonite Slush? Oh. That's probably why. Yeah, it helps when you don't forget to tell LTN what's in the station. Okay, we can put this back to the usual number now. And we'll do the same thing over here. Fantastic. So what was that? 85,000 divided by 5. It's going to give us 17,000. That's more than 2 train loads of gamma ray detectors. So that is going to be enough to get our first gamma ray observation frames. Cosmic water missing green wire 2. Yes, indeed. Luckily, we didn't have much trouble keeping up with cosmic water from elsewhere, but still. That would have helped. Thanks, Fat Boy. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. And also TLDR LOL and Kenken. See you again also. Right, let's see our build in action. Oh, I missed the start of it. It's already working. Fantastic. So what's our rate here? I thought that was the per second for a second there. 3.4 per second. We're looking at 40 minutes with this one machine before we get a trainload of these. Let's not do it that way. Let's add a wide area bacon. I also want to see how our power is doing. It looks like the accumulators got through the night this time. Fantastic. Okay. How much is it going to speed it up by? Plus 240% becomes plus 540%. So 340 becomes 640. It's almost double. So we're looking at like 20 minutes? A little bit longer. Well, with our UPS, it's closer to 40. Oh dear. I think I'll jump back down and create an outpost while we wait for that. How's our power doing up here? Speaking of power. Oh. Yeah, that's fine. I think we'll be okay. Where's my rocket? There we go. Back we go. I still need to do something about... Was it Via Terra? No. Although, possibly Via Terra. No, Via Terra's working by Canon. So that's not having any trouble. But the planet I'm thinking of is Varus. Varus is not receiving cargo rocket sections, although it is requesting them right now. The reason for that, I think it was nothing but rocket fuel. Yeah. And in response to that, we did bump up the priority on turning vulcanite blocks into rocket fuel. But it's still not enough. Well, it might be enough overall. You wanted to look at that alien structure on Via Terra. What benefit does that provide? So far, all it's done is... apart from giving us some lore... To view an entity via satellite. I've started trying to find more on the large geometric structures. The satellites have 28 shapes. It matched 28 shapes on the following planets. Okay. Apart from that stuff, every time we've gone to one of those structures, it's given us a tier 9 module. I don't know if you can get other things from it, but that's what's happened so far. Where is my speedy spider? These crisscrosses that you're seeing on some of the old Omni smelters are because I want to deconstruct them and replace them with newer ones. Much higher throughput and probably better for UPS. Along came a spider. At this point, I kind of hate to take some liquid rocket fuel just to just to visit a planet for fun. Just we're so struggling with it. Did we end up getting trains coming here? It looks like we should, but it's completely full. No path. Why do we still have no path? Because we're missing... You're joking. Oh, I'm gonna fix that myself. I'm closest, I'm in the Speedy Spider. We're just missing this little bit of rail right here. And actually that means... this rail signal should be over here in that case. Okay. Nagapito? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Shouldn't it be able to go there even without that small amount of rail? No, yes, actually. No path to here. No, because that would be driving on the right side of the straight rail, which is not what we do normally. So the roundabout specifically is where we can swap that. If I put a signal here, here, and here, it would be able to get there as well, actually. But yeah, I didn't pay enough attention setting this one up. And we've been paying 30 megawatts all the time for no crude oil while we have power problems. Thanks for the shout out. Still not answering my question. Oh, I think I misread it or something. Yeah, it's part of SE. The alien structure is. Heyo, Niemand, good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Never seen one? It shouldn't take you too long to find one. We've got, let's see, in our solar system, there wasn't one on Mars, which was our closest moon. There wasn't one on Tullaby. Wasn't one on Rose. I can't remember which was the first one we found. There's one on Mariel. We haven't been to Alessandro, but there isn't one there. We haven't been there. There isn't one there. Viaterra has one. Gorgira doesn't. Palto does. Okay, I'm actually really surprised by this. Lothar has one. Bornax does not. Taser does not. Lillian does. Hagen does not. I feel like I've been tripping over mysterious structures all over the place, but they're not quite as common as I thought they were. Okay, is our train coming now? Fantastic. We can probably bump up. We did bump up the train limit on this. That's why there's enough crude oil for 3 trains. Alright. So what's our... So that means we haven't tapped this giant crude oil block at all, really. And it goes a lot faster until you drain it out. So we're looking at, theoretically, 3.2 thousand per second. So about half a minute. Ignoring the pipe bottlenecks that are probably going to slow it down a bit. Maybe I should have added another pump or two. We're looking at half a minute or so to fill a train. That'll give us a bit more rocket fuel. Maybe I should start building... If we've got all of these really remote crude oil pickups, is it more space efficient to bring back crude oil or a train full of rocket fuel? I'm guessing it's probably crude oil. Yeah, this is not the most efficient build with rocket fuel, unfortunately. I think we ratioed this correctly, or mostly correctly. Slight net negative of solid fuel. So only 180 light oil per second. 720 for the whole thing. We can do 520 here. If we add the cracking, it's 781. So theoretically, if we're backed up on other things especially, we can do solid rocket fuel at full speed here. Although we might... It might be the case that more pumps would have been necessary to make that feasible. But every time I've checked, there has actually been a shortage of crude oil. When I wonder what's going on with our rocket fuel production lately. This one's not suffering. Yeah, maybe I just need to go around tapping every single source of crude oil on the planet. It might be more UPS efficient as well, if I make more outposts that send back the crude oil core fragments. And that would also give us more of the basic resources. Looks like you just need a lot more crude oil. Yeah. So, to that end, why don't we make another outpost? Like I was gonna say before. We've got a relatively large moon. Waterless. 95% solar. Day-night cycle 1.2 minutes. That's interesting. Okay. I gotta see what that's like, actually. Clearing biters is gonna be a bit of a pain, but it is not much bigger than Gorgira. I'll grab our old military spiders, I think. Give them a bit of an upgrade. I kind of need them to not request rockets for the moment, though. Actually, let's start with this one. Actually, it's not gonna remove the rockets, is it? Trash unrequested. There we go. Okay. It's a lot. It's a lot of spiders. I want to keep what they've got, except give them a tier 2 RTG. And some legs, actually. Don't tell me we've still made exactly 4... Oh, I forgot to request iridium plate. That's my bad. Iridium plate, stack size 40. 40 times 160. 6,400. Plate. And this is already a very high priority station, I think. 10k. Okay, good. Do we have the iridium plate right now? I doubt it. 29,000. That would be a yes, actually. Okay, then. I wasn't actually expecting that. The way we've got it set up, we need more iridium coming in to make girders, but that's fine. It's Deathworld difficulty? What exactly do you mean by Deathworld? Because that definition got blurred, shall we say, when they added it to the game, as opposed to the way people were using it before. When I say Deathworld, I mean tons of biters, but for some reason, if you go into the setting, if you go New Game Deathworld, it includes like double cost products for some reason. Okay, so the only question is, do I want... I think I do want to shield them up good and proper. And then we can probably accomplish a lot with just lasers, honestly. There's our iridium plate, fantastic. And that was probably our 5th energy shield Mark II. Yes, it was. Should have fixed that ages ago. And I have a few of them right here already. So currently we've got a total of 1,000 hit points. And the recharge rate was 50 per second. 20 kilojoules per hit point. With 4 of these, we're looking at the same maximum hit points. 11.2 times the shield recharge speed. That's a lot. And it gets a little bit, well, it's 26.6 as opposed to 20 kilojoules per hit point. So that is, we've got 200 megajoules of storage. 26.67 kilojoules. That's 200 million, right? Divided by 26.6 thousand. If my math is correct, 2 batteries would give us 7,500 hit points before we start running into any power issues. The spider itself has 3,000 hit points without a shield. I'm thinking maybe this, but with a bit more battery? Because if we... 200... This is enough to charge 100 kilowatts per second. Max consumption 3 megawatts. There's no... The great thing about batteries in... personal batteries is there's no limit to how quickly they can discharge. As long as you don't run out, they're basically infinite power, if that makes sense. Yeah, this recharges so quickly, I'm thinking... I don't really want to drop the max shield any further than this. Also, it doesn't actually take that much laser, it's more about getting in range. Especially when you have a bunch of spiders. So, I'm thinking maybe something like this. Okay. You can be... the leader, I guess. How about... How about we go for blue this time? Oh, I forgot I wanted to copy these settings. Let me get some more energy shields. They should be on their way already. Fantastic. Logistics storage 5, on the way 20. Okay. should have copy-pasted this before changing the color. So 4 of these. Batteries go here. And Mark II portable RGG goes here. Exoskeleton goes here. Those two are the same, but when I mouse over the different two of them, it looks slightly different. With the color batteries there. Hey, Rorisaur. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Actually, we won't know which one's going to be the leader until we get there, so let's just start picking them up. Seems fine. Surprised at how many of these I can make in one go. But I guess I should have realized it's 5. How many more of these shields do we have already? 13. Nice. Okay, I can make 2 more of these. We've got 6 already. Shouldn't have picked that one up yet. Okay. How many should I take? It would be a shame if we had a military disaster because I was a little bit impatient here. Is copy pasting Spidertron equipment config a vanilla function? Yes. One thing to watch out for is if you are lacking any of the grid equipment that you're trying to put in the spider, it won't put any grid equipment in, and it'll say X, Y, or Z, missing X, Y, or Z resource. Okay, I can make 1 more of these. I'm thinking 10 is probably enough with these new shields. It's going to be a small moon anyway. See that? Missing 3 energy shield Mark II. So it hasn't changed anything, except maybe the logistic settings. I think it'll change the color and the logistic settings, but none of the grid whatsoever if you're missing anything. Okay, I need 1 more of these. Oh, didn't get it yet. It takes 5 energy shields to upgrade into one of these. Okay, that's about as patient as I'm going to be this time. I will set some requests for rockets for them. Where do I even... Oh, here it is. 800 rockets. Pick that up before this... Whoops, what did I just pick up? There we go. Now I can't copy-paste it. Okay. Copy, paste, pick this up. We're just gonna have to pick up lots of rockets. Okay. We're gonna need some construction spiders as well. Why are those ones green? No, don't put the green ones out. I didn't mean to do that. I realize I've just picked up only one of the brown ones, so that was my fault. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that works. Copy Constructotron and very quickly pick it up before the bots feed it 6 billion items. Oh, I'm missing portable RTG. One. So I don't carry those anymore. In that case, I'll lay out portable RTG Mark II, lots of roboports, and some batteries. And these ones don't have any grid. Okay. Now I need to copy the settings and pick them up. Missing one portable RT. Yeah, that's fine. No, don't. Okay. Okay. Fantastic. We need to take a bunch of rockets. 6.4k is 8 spiders. I think going to such a hostile planet, we should definitely take more than that. We're not going to be taking nuclear because we're going to a waterless planet, I believe. It was Alessandro, wasn't it? Yeah, so waterless equals no nuclear power. We will, of course, be taking 4 mining drills, umbrella, cargo landing pad, cargo rocket silo, transmitters, media defense. I'm already carrying plenty of delivery cannons. We've already loaded the solar stuff. Definitely want bots and cargo rocket sections. Don't need this, don't need this. And since it's waterless, we're gonna have to send a rocket full of rocket fuel to get back. Which is not what we want to hear when rocket fuel is so scarce, but that's why we're going there in the first place. It looks like, hopefully, we're starting to catch up with rocket fuel, because we're using the vulcanite blocks. Dare I hope. Right then. Why am I carrying a single accumulator? I forgot to pick up my railgun as well. I'm pretty sure it's up here. Oh, that's the wrong... Rail... Did I not? I could have sworn I checked and it was here earlier. Oh! Oh, I set a request for it. At some point. Fantastic. Didn't even notice I had it. Can we swap those around? I feel like they should go in order of power, range, and safety to use. Or unsafety to use. Honey, where's my railgun? Indeed. We can make 2 more military spiders, so why don't we do that? You should be able to roll over the biters pretty effectively with those legs, shields, and lasers. How many construction bots are we sending? Plenty. What CPU do you have? I keep forgetting the name of it. Let me check. 10700F? Is that... does my memory serve correctly? Where be the CPU Z? Intel Core i7 10700F. There you go. I think we're still bottlenecking on RAM on this computer for Factorio. Not showing on screen, but that sounded like CPU, yeah. Yeah, the way I've got like the streaming stuff set up is we're just showing Factorio in case I alt tab or something. Okay. Were you ready? We're still unloading stuff that we're not taking this time. Let's pick up the landfill, nuclear power, possibly the fuel refineries. We're not going to be able to do anything with chemical plants on this planet, right? Pretty sure we're not. Then again, maybe it's better to just have them and not need them. We should also take some chests and inserters and stuff. Okay, so once all that is loaded, which planet are we going to again? Alessandro. One matching locations? What? Oh, I'm trying to just find Alessandro. There we go. Alright. Anything else I should be taking? Click explosives should be included by default. Do we have those this time? I keep going to production when I mean to go to logistic network. 653. Fantastic. That is a crazy amount of yellow science production, is it? So it's 1 hour. We haven't done any science in the last hour, actually. Are we talking about material science or utility science? There's a big spike. Rockets for military? To the west. That is a crazy amount of yellow. Oh, do you mean this block right here? Yeah, we built it a bit bigger than is strictly necessary. Just the amount of assemblers. Yeah, we could probably. Well, on the other hand, how much? We have 40 basic beacons here, and they use 200 kilowatts each. Is 8 megawatts. So that is a little bit less than one wide area beacon for the minimum consumption. Not counting all of the inserters and assembly machines and such. But it's probably more UPS friendly if we cut down, actually, the belt throughput. Uh, 135 utility science packs per second. Less than half a belt flying robot frames for the whole thing. 60 LDS, 60 processing units per second. So I dare say it wouldn't be too difficult to redesign this with a lot fewer machines and the same throughput with a large beacon or two. But we didn't have wide area beacons at the time. Are we finished loading? Not quite. We're trying to load cargo rocket, packed cargo rocket sections. Why do we not have any packed cargo rocket sections? Let's request those. And how many do we usually send? 40. Let's just limit this to 40. And fill the chest with them if we already have them. But first, fuel. Yes, indeed. Alright. So we're waiting on 35 packed cargo rocket sections. And the rest of the stuff we should already have. Why is it being so slow? That'll help. Oh, right, I forgot. A fast inserter is exactly the same speed as a stack inserter for these things. Now, we're bottlenecked on the inserter anyway. We're bottlenecked on the machine if we don't give it any speed modules. Come on, come on. How many do we have? 24 to go. What should we do in the meantime? I've probably got some more energy shields. We can make 4 more military spiders. Don't want to lose track of which one's which. Fantastic. So that gives us 16 military spiders. I think that's going to be enough considering the upgrade that they just got. Like, even if they run out of rockets, that should be very effective. Speaking of which, I wanted to request more. Oh, we're not requesting any rockets. That's probably not what I'm looking for. Since we have room, I think we have room. Let's go for like 10,000 rockets. And that'll kick in sooner or later once we switch over to a different recipe. A different thing that we're putting into the rocket, that is. Meanwhile, in orbit, we still don't have gamma ray frames because we don't have gamma ray thingamajigs, because now we don't have multispectral mirrors, we don't have iridium plate. Iridium plate, if I recall correctly, is basically stuck on fuel. We were waiting for a delivery of packed cargo rocket sections. If I had a smarter sending system, we could have received an entire cargo rocket full of packed cargo rocket sections. Maybe... Thank you for the follow, Klexa. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. There's two types of multi-item aimed at a single cargo landing pad builds I've done that work pretty well. The trouble with this one is it's not exactly fuel efficient. It doesn't fill up the rocket. The simple version, which is very effective for high throughput items, is up on Nauvis orbit. We are requesting more than an entire rocket full of space platform scaffold, space transport belt, underground belt, and splitters, and subtract how much we've got in space from that, and then send it down. And we just keep loading bit by bit as stuff gets consumed in space until the rocket is full, and we just launch on cargo rocket full. That'll work for any number of different types of items. The only trouble is you have to be requesting... You have to make sure that enough is requested to fill the cargo rocket at some point so that it launches, and before you run out of any given resource. The way we've got this one set up is I'm requesting, let's see, 125 space capsule, 125 packed cargo rocket sections, 2.5k media defense ammo, a bunch of uranium, and so on. Quite a lot of stacks, like a quarter of a rocket full. I think it was these 4 resources that we started with. Let's say it's a quarter of a rocket for each of these resources. The way I've got it set up is we have a different request threshold for each resource. So we have a positive number for how much we've got coming from the robot network. We've got a negative for what we want. And then if the sum of those two is less than or equal to some amount, we pass that through, flip it back to positive, and that's what we're requesting. So it'll request a bunch of different resources at once, and it won't overfill the rocket, but it's not gonna use up the remainder. And I would really like it to do that. Like, we're really struggling with rocket fuel. rocket fuel has been the bottleneck in two directions now for sending Iridite back to Narvis. It would be much, much better if we sent, for example, 500 packed cargo rocket sections in a single launch. I could just set it up so that we request an entire rocket full of all of these things, except maybe not so much space capsules. I don't think we actually need to request any space capsules at this point. As long as we have some. Because we never actually lose space capsules. So we probably can remove that entirely. But yeah, I tried figuring it out the first time I tried to do cargo rockets. Unfortunately, it took a while before I found out the hard way that it's implicitly built in to the cargo rocket that if the cargo landing pad isn't completely empty, even if there is room for everything that you're sending, it won't launch the rocket. And that was about the point that I tried something else. But it might be worth having another look at that puzzle in particular. Our rocket is loaded. Let's get going to Alessandro. Away we go. Radius 3291, borderless, and 33% biters. We're not going to be able to fortify an island or anything. We have to clear the whole thing. And away we go. We landed right in the middle. That's probably a good thing. In fact, I'm sure it is. Let's get a... Well, first of all, let's get our military spiders out and about. And let's put down a roboport. I said a roboport. No. There we go. And then we need a little baby solar panel thing. Let's throw down a pylon substation. And we'll manually place some of this stuff. Whoops. It would seem solar should come before accumulators. There we go. Now we need some robots. And I think they should deliver construction bots, among other things, to the spiders, so that'll probably work itself out. Doesn't hurt to speed it up, though. More construction bots, more construction bots. Das ist gut. Okay. Now then, we've got biters pretty close by, so I should probably set up our military spider group. Let's change the color of this one to bright green. Use the nav set to get these guys in follow mode. Actually brought enough spiders to make this take a moment, which is kind of good. Whoops. There we go. Getting a bit faster at that. Okay. Now then. First of all, let's clear all of the nests that we can already see. Those spider nests are significantly bigger than what we're used to seeing on these little outpost planets. I'm curious to see just how effective... Right. I'm pretty sure that they might even effectively look like they don't even take damage. Let's see. There's like a flicker on the shield. That was a really small base though still. I'm interested to see what it looks like when we run them directly into slightly larger nests without zigzagging or anything. And here as well. Does this planet have biter meteors? Nope. It's just waterless is the only so-called hazard. Let's also deconstruct the crashed ship. I don't particularly want to start building yet because these biters make me a little bit nervous. We really must clear them out as we go. Maybe I should stop the scan until we catch up. That might be a good idea, actually. Okay. I should also set up a leader for the construction spiders. And while we're on this planet, that one is going to be hotbar 5. We could probably send the construction spiders to wipe out some of the smaller nests. Since they have rockets. Let's see what it looks like walking directly into this base. I'm thinking it'll be pretty trivial since worms are the only real threat. Okay, that is actually an advantage of speed I didn't even consider. The worms take a little while to get ready to shoot. If you can close the distance before they can even do that, they're not going to be able to slow you down. Yeah, I don't think these spiders actually need rockets. But on the other hand, this moon is bigger than the last two that we've colonized. And we're already seeing spider nests that are bigger than the ones on the outskirts of the other moon. So things are going to get a bit scarier than what we've seen so far. to say the least. Spiders without shields did, of course, take some damage. It actually triggered a retaliation as well. I think I'll say hello. And by that, I mean I will realize that I need to swap out my power armor gear. And it's probably fine. I kind of want to leave the lasers off for a second and see if they can even hurt me. On the other hand, if I get a bit stuck, it might be bad, so let's add one laser so we can try tanking this. Why is my shield flickering like that? Am I taking damage? What? Also, where are these biters that we saw on the move? Oh, here they come. Oh, they're sitting still. Was that an expansion group? Well, you're not expanding over here. They are... Until I run out of battery, they are not getting anywhere near through this shield. Okay, that's pretty cool. And this is the same shielding that we've put on our spiders. Fantastic. It's a setting of the new jetpack mod. Picking up speed reduces shields. Well, that's kind of cringe. Let's go carefully. Snipe this with some rockets. Fantastic. Didn't take any damage, I don't think. There wasn't a pyramid on this planet, was there? Nope. Okay. So we've clearly got our work cut out for us. But I think as long as we pay attention, it's not going to be a problem. Kind of visually unfun. Can be turned off. Settings, mod settings, space exploration. Well, it's not in mod settings anyway. Also an additional energy drain? Okay, that sucks. Flying consumes fuel from your inventory. Multiple jetpacks. It doesn't say anything about consuming energy. Or does... Which... Yeah, it is. It's draining my energy. How dare you? I'm not a fan. Oh, because the shields have to recharge after they... After their minimum keeps after their max shield keeps changing? So my energy won't drain if I don't have shields while I use a jetpack. Uh-huh. I was fairly certain it's in the mod settings, maybe in the ones for the map, not player. I believe jetpack is its own category. This was... I didn't look at per player yet. Factory planner, space exploration, media alerts, satellite discovers nothing, never show life support GUI. I wish there was something a little bit more granular for this. What is priority threshold? Zone will not be shown in drop-down menus for destination selection. Okay. It's under jetpack, not space exploration. Oh, right. Right. So, do we have it here or under per player? Or, God forbid, under startup. Fall when taking damage, that's fine. Shield. Speed reduces shields. I don't like this. This is not just like a balance change, it's like anti-quality of life. Thrust stacks. Cool. One option I would like to see here, that the update took away, is I can't quite activate and deactivate the jetpack as quickly as I would like. And it's not even in combat that I'm trying to do that. I realize spamming it would let you cheese the biters even more, because it keeps resetting their target. But it's really just, I want to go over there, like, I want to hop over a track or something. I tend to do this. I should realize how quickly I'm going through my rocket fuel that I didn't bring any extra of. Whoops. Oh, here's a good test. We need to finish the stream, so... let's see exactly how strong our new spiders are. I'm not even going to zigzag, I'm just going to send them straight at this. I wish I could switch the... Wait, I can switch the rockets on and off, can't I? Although I have to change them all individually. I would have to click like 14 times to get them to stop using rockets for a moment. Yeah, the front one lost half its shields, and no permanent damage was taken, and that was with literally the most careless way I could have approached that. Although that was with some rockets. I'm thinking we should be saving the rockets until bigger tests, but there's no easy way to change all of these spiders to not use rockets. Okay. Anyway, it's about time to find a stream to raid, I think. Let's see who's playing Factorio for starters. Yes, I think that will do. Fantastic. Thank you all for watching. Do take care, and I'll see you next time. Check out the Discord or Blueprints if you're interested. If you have any questions or anything, by all means. And let's drop in on Gentle Mad Scientist. Have a good day. Take care, Ian Noah. Thanks for dropping by. And away we go.
Or what are some noises that I have? Sometimes I have noises. I'm not sure what it was, but oh wow! Tyrannosaurus Hacks is raiding with a 76 people party. Welcome everyone. Thank you very much for the raid, Tyrannosaurus. Thank you very much for the raid. How was your stream? How are you doing? Welcome everybody. We are making science. Aperture science. How was your stream? How is your progress? Welcome, welcome. Wow, so many people. So many people. Hello, 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 Robust. Robust? I like your name, Robust. That's a cool name. I'm all for the puns in the names.